Yes, welcome back on EFNL Monday. It's Anzac Day, as we remember those that have served this country so well. And we're back at Morton Park for another ripper between Blackburn and South Croydon, the annual Anzac Day clash here as the Burners take on the Dogs on pre-game. With me, Matthew Fotia, is Ray Baird and Matt Lee, so I'm joined by some wise men either side of me. Gentlemen, it's an exciting day for football around the state and the country, obviously, but also around Blackburn. It's a picture-perfect day for it all, and we're looking forward to a big clash, Ray.
Yeah, thanks for having us too, Matty. Yeah, no, look, Anzac Day is always a big day out here at Morton Park, and look, we're no doubt about it. We're in for a great clash because, you know, South Croydon as well as Blackburn, they build themselves up for this year every year.
Absolutely, Spider. You would have had a big Saturday night by the looks of it, with the 92 and 2000 reunions at Eastfield. Mate, you must be excited to just come down as a neutral and watch a good game of football.
Yeah, g'day, Matty and Ray and all the listeners. Great to be here at Blackburn once again. And yeah, brushed up okay today after a couple of days. But it was a great night on Saturday and a great day at Eastfield. First of all, with the memorial paying tribute to some of the people who have played significant contribution that have passed in the last 12 months out at Eastfield, and then followed by a reunion of the 92 and 2000 premiership team. So it was a great night and great celebrations and a lot of stories told and long into the night.
How many of those stories did you tell?
I probably told a lot by the sound of my voice yesterday, but recovered. But no, it was a great night to see, particularly people like Alan Richardson and Doug Barwick, who have gone in other football directions and other business ventures and things to come back to the club when they don't get back as often as what they would like. But good to see people, and even sort of Chad Nielsen, who's a current assistant coach at Blackburn, but he was a member of that team too. So it's good to see some people still well connected with the Eastern Footy League and being connected to Anzac Day here today, like to this game, because it's going to be a really important one for Blackburn, coming off a horrible loss against Ball and just couldn't kick goals, and South Croydon a win against Berwick in the first game, but an opportunity today to build on their season and get it well and truly up and running.
Spider, just on that, look, it must have been very pleasing to see, all those people that attended your function there, because, let's be honest, over the last few seasons, they've been pretty lean with your club going down the grades and all that sort of thing. So just to have some of those people back, and of course, a great move by your club getting Stewie Wine there a few years ago to lead the charge, and you must be very happy with the way your club's going.
Yeah, look, I think it's, Stewie's made a really big impact as coach because he's just got such a great personality and character, and the way that he talks around the club, and he gets on with everyone and brings people back together. He loves the past, the history of the club, and to get back some of those guys that he played with, all those guys from 2000, and they were talking about it on Saturday night in terms of now it's time for the next group of players and people to take over. It's like a handing of the baton. But, like we've been there and done that. Now it's your time. And it's great to have past players come back and get excited about what was presented on Saturday afternoon as well. And big crowd. And I think even the 1992 guys, a guy like Peter Nicholson, who...
Is that under 18s or seniors?
So the 92 was a senior premiership.
Okay, so under 18s
and reserves. Won as well, and then in 2000 we had had all three teams win.
There you go. So
that 2000 one, that was played at VFL Park.
It was at VFL Park.
They're already talking about that off air.
One and only. Yeah.
It was, but it was a great weekend of footy, and it was 4 games on the Saturday, and then we had the 2 under 18 games on the Friday night. And even Blackburn at that time playing Baronia in the Division 2 grand final on that afternoon as well. So it's just amazing how it all transpires, but great to be a part of it anyway.
Absolutely, Spider and Ray, and we're going to be joined very quickly by South Croydon senior coach Marcus Bazaglo, which is going to be exciting.
Marcus, so he's been around a long time as well.
He's been around a long time. He won't want to hear too much about your Eastfield.
He'll tell me about the last quarter of 2002.
Exactly. But we can talk about that another time. We'll run out of time. Buzz, thanks for jumping on, mate. You'd be excited about today. It's been a long time for you guys to get the season underway with the extra week, and then you've had to wait an extra couple of days now for Anzac Day. So a big day for your club.
It is a real big day. Obviously, a different preparation. Sort of round one, sort of build yourselves up to that, and then probably 16 days since we played. So we had a good session Saturday morning. There'll be no excuses. We'll be ready to go, and we're excited to play today.
So the game against Berwick, it's only a 3-goal win, but looking at the stats, you guys seem to have more of the ball, more of the inside 50s, and it was maybe a late surge from them that made the scoreboard feel a bit closer. What was your read on that game?
Look, we played good footy for probably a quarter and a half, I thought. I think they sort of got us early at the start. And just let them back in a little bit. And I think they played their ground fairly well. It's the first time we've been out there, which is no excuse. It's a beautiful big ground and suits us. But they sort of that money got them going a little bit. Lady's a good little player, and they sort of scared us. Like even late in the last quarter, it was like I think 3 of the last 4. I think we kicked it to get it done. So that was the most pleasing thing from my perspective, that we were challenged, responded to that challenge, and got away from Berwick with the win, which is what we were there to do.
Buzz, always great to chat to you because you've been around the competition for so long. But you talk about the word challenge, and I immediately think of the one that's ahead of you this afternoon, but also one that you look at as a club, because this year you've been involved with other clubs, East Ring, etc. When you know that you've got rooms being built, that you've got to modify the way that you go about your business around the club and try and get everyone pulling in the same direction, and you have that inconvenience. How are you sort of dealing with those sort of factors as well? You're trying to with the operational side of things to get the club all together, making sure that you just stay focused with your on-field tasks.
Yeah, firstly, good to see you, Spider. They've brought out the big guns for Anzac Day. Look, it is. One of the greatest things about South Croydon, the most impressive thing that I've sort of found since being there, is that real community feel about the footy club. And Thursday nights are a big part of that, where we got 2 women's sides, our 19s, and a lot of supporters get down and get involved on Thursday night at Morton Park. So that's changed a little bit. There's some challenges around training. We've sort of not only we've not got any rooms, we've got nowhere to sort of store anything really at the ground. So it's a little bit of a different situation. It was pretty wet last Tuesday night, and that was a challenge in itself. But at the end of the day, we're here on Saturday, and we're here to win every Saturday. So we're Thursday nights are a place called the Barn in Bayswater, and we have really good turnout there. So we're trying as hard as we can to keep all the clubs connected. Our women's side, our junior side, come and train with us on a Thursday night before training. So the first 6 weeks we'll be away from home. If we can sort of navigate our way through this part of the season and be thereabouts, I think we'll come home fairly strongly.
Matt Jones playing first game for today, for the season. It's been a bit of an interruption to the pre-season, has there been?
No. So his pre-season's been really strong. He's in really good condition. He just had a really slight sort of thumb hammy issue round 1. Possibly we could have pushed him. Decided to err on the side of caution, as they say, and he's cherry ripe today, and he's pretty keen to go.
He's important for you. He's probably your X factor.
Look, I think he's underrated in the competition, to be honest. He's an amazing footballer. Externally, when I was involved in another club, and you sort of see Matt Jones, he's a good player. And then you get to see him up close, guys like Jones, Dano King, Dale Walker, these sort of guys up close. You understand why South Croydon's been so strong for so long.
Marcus, did you get yourself, or did you get people to come down here and have a look at the Good Friday game, just to have a look at Blackburn?
Yeah, we had some guys here. You can also watch it on, watch you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, good plug.
Your commentating was first class. So I just couldn't push that one through the wife. We had plans to go down Good Friday down the beach. So I was we were trying to take 2 cars, and I tried to sort of move it as low as I could to try and get here, but just didn't get away with that one. I sort of got away with a fair bit. So I saw it. The guys saw it as well. Look, at the end of the day, Blackburn, they're a very young side. Round 1, Good Friday, it was on. The pressure from Bourne was immense, and they'll be better for that experience, and they'll be better than that today. I've got no doubt.
I know you take things out when you look at games like that, but then you've also got the knowledge that it's a completely fresh game, fresh day. Probably a few different players in their lineup as well. So you've just got to treat this as another game completely.
Well, look, Matt Day's playing. Reece Conker's been named. I saw him running around last night on the MCG, and there's a word he might have tweaked his calf. I'm hoping he has. But look, and so, but really early draft pick. He's played a lot of AFL footy. Really good player. Matt Day the same. Really good young talent. I think with Hammond out, you take Hammond, Danaher, even Max Otten out of any side, and some young kids are going to take some time to fill those shoes. But Matt Day coming in will straighten them up a lot, and they are very dangerous today.
Let's talk about your side for a little bit. So last week, like I said, or last round, not last week, it looks like you gave up about 11 or so scores from turnover. Yep. Do you put that down to Berwick's pressure, or was that some pretty poor skill execution?
Bit of both. No, look, we were aware of that. I think when you play a Brown, we try and, I guess, take risks with the ball, controlled sort of risk with the ball. We try to look inside when we get the opportunity, and I think part of the early part of the season is trying to work out when you can and when you can't take that kick. And there were times we turned it over, especially in our back half. But credit to Berwick, their pressure was really good. The conditions were fine. I think it was just sort of those cobwebs, those early season cobwebs.
And then I just want to talk about it for younger guys. So first, Sam Allen and Will Connor debuted. So give us a bit more about them. And then also Patrick Klepp was a player that, was played at Lewerdale for 3 or 4 years, decided to make the step up without really having any assurances of senior footy for South Croydon, I think, in your first year. And he was named in the best last time out. How's he gone behind the footy and stepping up a level?
Outstanding, yeah. So he took a while to find his feet. Pat Klepp first, he played the round one in the twos last year. Obviously, when we got some real strength down there with Matt Burt, Nick Evans, to give us real drive off half back. So he sort of had to work his way into the side, which he did last year, and was reasonably consistent. He's a bit of a confidence player, Kleppy, and he's a beautiful kick of the footy. So we try and get the footy in his hands. A big thing for him and for any young player coming up is having that confidence to understand and be really clean with the footy. And he backed himself in the air last week and was really good. And I hope he can continue that today. Sam Allen and Will Connor, two really good young kids. I know it's been spoken about. We do have a slightly older list, but we've got some exciting young kids as well. So Will Connor's one of our under-19 players. He actually went back to the 19s with a few coming back on Saturday, but he'll play a lot of senior footy at an inside mid. And Sam played his first game last year. He came across from East Ringwood. He's just, over the past 3 years, developed himself really nicely. He's sort of 6'3", 6'4", and athletic, but those young guys take a long time to develop.
Yeah,
so
especially at that height as
exactly well. Right, yeah. So we want to play who can play forward, can play back. So I think we'll just get better and better as we go along.
And probably an advantage too this season, Buzz, is that Kilpatrick, who has played a lot of VFL in the past, is going to be around a lot more regularly, and you don't have that thing where players are coming in and out. You still have more from time to time. Might have some players that are being looked at, but at least you settle that side down. And you're not losing players and having to juggle the magnets as regularly as what you probably had to in the past.
Yeah, it's taken a while, I think. I don't know. Sort of Connor Hinckley's gone. He played at North Melbourne VFL, so that interrupts Blackburn today. All of a sudden, you're bringing someone up from the twos. It does cause a bit of a disruption in the VFL system. I won't lie. I've sort of had a fair share of discussions and conversations with VFL coaches around how best to manage that. I don't think there is a really good way. But yeah, in fact, our style is really stable. We've only got sort of Big Swizz playing at Coburg. He'll be there most of the year. I don't expect to see too much of him, but having Killer back full time is huge for us. Not only on field, the knowledge he brings from sort of 7 or 8 years in the Box Hill system has been outstanding for us.
Matt, Dan King, mate. Look, he, over the years, a great midfielder. Won a Chandler medal. You've played him forward recently. Was that correct or not?
What are you watching, right?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. I don't think I've ever had an interview about South Croydon without Dano King being mentioned. So he wouldn't
have it any other way.
I tell you what is also fantastic about him, he's just so level-headed. He's been an outstanding player, probably the greatest player South Croydon's produced, would have thought 5-time best and fairest, Chandler medalist and premiership captain.
Don't let Zippy hear that.
Zippy. He played a little bit more forward last week. He'll do a bit of both. He'll roll in at times. And look, you want your best players getting the footy forward to centre. He uses the ball so well forward to centre. So we'll try and get it out in his hands as much as we can in that part of the ground. But he'll play a little bit of midfield as well. But you're right, Ray. Yeah, probably a little bit more time forward.
Well, Buzz, thanks very much for joining us, mate, first thing on the pre-game. Enjoy the day, and hopefully you can get some continuity in your season and grab another one here.
Right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Marcus Zaglo there, South Croydon senior coach, and obviously one of the great orators, spider and players in the Eastern Football Network.
He was a fantastic player when he was running around for East Ringwood back in the day, premiership player. So
absolutely.
Well, go on. Star.
What you spoke about Dano King there, Ray, and we'll obviously talk about him as the game gets on, but he talks about being the greatest player South Croydon's ever produced. I don't think there's an argument that anyone could be outside of that. I'm sure they've had a couple of players that may have gone on to play higher levels, but in terms of what he's given to the club.
What he's given to the club, like you said, there could have been a better player. I can't think of any offhand, but who's come in and, Bunny stayed there 1 or 2 seasons and moved on. But, his longevity at that club, he's come up from Division 3, Division 2, Division 1, Premier, with that club. And as you said, even with Zippy along there as well, look, they've both been great players for South Croydon.
Absolutely, and it's a nice discussion point, Spider, as well, about who are the players that have sort of, and I'm sure there's probably some at Roeville that came through with that side that went Div 4 all the way up, and East Build have probably had a few players that had to go up and down. Spider, are there any other players that, for you guys, obviously have watched a lot of Eastern Football Netball League action over the course of your lives, that have sort of had that similar longevity and meaning to a club?
The only one I can think of down at Roeville would be Nick Cox.
That was the name I was thinking.
I think he won medal in 3 of the 4 divisions that were around when he played. And
we had his time at Bayswater, and then went to Roeville when Munster. Paul Minott went and coached there and brought them up the ladder.
Yeah,
at the divisions.
Apart from that, off my head, I really can't think of anyone else. Just
because East Burwood spot is an interesting case because of the dominance they had, and then when the drop came, were there any players from the club's point of view that might not have been your biggest shining lights, but are there any players at the club that stuck fat the whole time that you can think of at the top of your head?
Oh, look, you certainly you have to go back to guys probably that played seniors. You had I suppose your Marcus Carrolls and Stephen Henshaws at that time, and Wayne Cripps, and then some of those guys drifted off and came out. Jason Kennedy's probably the prime example. Jason's one of best and fairest in each of the divisions that East Burwood's played.
For East Burwood.
For East Burwood, yeah. So he's probably the main one, but I think Jason's probably, if you had to orchestrate that and use that as a template, you would.
So do you think that's something that, obviously with the inflated salary caps pre-pandemic, meant that was less likely to happen because there was so much money around? Do you think that now with less money around, clubs will need to invest in having guys try to fulfill that role? Do you think there's going to be more and more players come back to doing that? Because it was obviously something that was associated with local football. I think it went away. Do you think it's going to make a comeback, Ray?
Look, the whole thing, the whole aspect of it's changed now because of COVID, and even prior to COVID, clubs were thinking down the line now that the future of your club's your juniors, and I say Roval because I know what's happened there. They concentrated on their junior program. As we've discussed off air, Matty, there was a few problems with the senior and junior club not getting along. They combined the whole lot of that together, and now look there they have one. I don't know if they still have it. For a while there, they had one of the biggest junior programs.
I think they're up there, and they're now one club as well.
Yeah, and their division, when they won Division 2 flag, I think there was 17 out of the 21 come through their juniors. So that's the way I think the clubs have got to go now. I think big money has certainly gone out the door. If you want big money, well, you got to get in your car and you got to travel up the country to get it. That's my opinion.
Absolutely, Spider. Do you agree with Ray?
Yeah, I think so. No, I absolutely agree. I think it gets to a point in time where we're starting to see the wheel turn a little bit, particularly now because the competition is starting to expand. It's getting harder to stay up, and then when you get up, to consolidate. So I think from that point of view, clubs and players are a little bit more conservative with their approach.
Absolutely, and it will be interesting to see. Do you think a club, so South Croydon are well known for those immediate premierships, Roval are well known for their immediate premierships, and Park Orchards, without really winning the premierships, are well known for a surge, and East Burwood in a similar boat now. Do you think, is there any clubs that you think that are now in the lower ranks that you think could do something similar, right?
Well, I reckon you've got to still include Mitcham in that conversation as well, because Mitcham were a powerhouse in the old Division 1 and went down and went within 5 points of going to the old Division 4.
But I'm talking about now.
And then have come back up. So you've got to
I don't know whether they did it as quickly as Roval did in the early 2000s, and even South Croydon did in that sort of period.
No, probably not.
Do you think there's any clubs like because watching Division 3 football and Division 2 football, and even vice versa, there was a period there where you could argue that the top four in Division 2, when it was Ringwood, Baronia, and so on, were just as good as the top in Division 1. Do you think that a club like maybe not a Warren-Smith because they're scrapping at the moment, but Waverley Blues have got 19s in Premier Division. Yeah. They play this free-flowing football. Could you see a club like them maybe going back-to-back and doing a double jump, or do you think those days are gone?
They're one club that you probably could, and when I think that the going there of Bryce McGain, he turned that club around, and they're certainly on. As you said, they got numbers now in all the divisions, under 19s, everything like that.
Yeah.
So they could be one, and they're certainly getting the results out there. Look, I feel out of this question really are your Coldstreams and your Sylvans, because they're.
But it comes back to your juniors, isn't it? Like you said, those clubs don't really have the strong junior
But also,
numbers.
do they have aspiration to do it? Some clubs don't have the necessary aspiration. They're just happy to say, this is our level. This is where we think we fit in the pecking order, and we're happy to play at that level. And we don't probably want to go there because we can't raise the fundraising amounts, the funds. We can't generate the income. We don't have the supporter base. We don't necessarily have the junior program structure. There's not enough kids out in that area, or we can't facilitate or coordinate in some way. So I think everyone's got a different template, and everyone's got a little bit of their needs are a little bit different.
One club I think that will follow the Park Orchards, the way they've gone about it in the future, and it could be 5 years down the track, is the Listerfield Football Club, because they've got great juniors and that now, and eventually these juniors all get to the age where they've got to play seniors, and I think that they're certainly on the right track down there, particularly being a huge growth area.
And they're heading to South Belgrave, which might see South Belgrave go pretty quick. Well, because you could argue South Belgrave obviously won 2019 without a loss.
Yeah.
I think they were third or fourth when we canned things last year, and they're top of the ladder undefeated this year. So maybe they fit that mould to an extent. But we're going to go to a break here on the pre-game here at Morton Park on the EFNL Eastland match of the round. It's Anzac Day. It's a Monday. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon. It's Blackburn and South Croydon, and we'll be back for more pre-game after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Morton Park here for the Anzac Day clash between Blackburn and South Croydon on EFNL Eastland match of the round. Of course, the sweeper there says Saturday, but it's a Monday, isn't it, Rain? It's a beautiful Monday. Is. And we're here to watch the Panthers and the Dogs go at it. We've spoken to Marcus Pizzaglo just before. Nice little insight into where South Croydon are at, where they're at as a club. Obviously, their rooms are getting, as he mentioned, redone. So at the moment, they're having their Thursday night dinners at the barn in Bayswater, but they're still getting big numbers, and they've almost got the full allotment of numbers as well, with two women's teams and 19s, and seniors and reserves. So all things going well for them. But before we get in and preview more of this game, Ray, you were out at Pat Wright Senior Oval yesterday. It was an intriguing clash on paper between Obark and Berwick, because we saw last year that game was quite close, especially at Berwick. And obviously Berwick had performed pretty well in round 1 against South Croydon, and Noble Park were coming off a loss to Rowville. So big crowd. The Bulls got up by what in the end was, a comfortable victory, about 10 goals, give or take.
Yeah.
Ben Marson kicked 3, Harry Money kicked 2 for Berwick, and the best players for Noble, Jackson Sketcher and Horton Milne dominating in the middle. Anthony Valla was good for Berwick. What were your thoughts on that game?
Well, I've seen Noble Park both weeks now, and look, it was a completely different Noble Park yesterday to what it was the week before. But having said that, I think that they had a longer leash on them yesterday than what Rowville allowed them to in round 1. Berwick, to me, wanted to play their own style of football, play their own type football, rather than in my opinion, manning up on certain people. Because look, they just got first use out of the centre, Noble Park, and look, I have to say straight off the cuff, Jackson's Sketcher, that is one of the best games of football I've ever seen here in all my years in the Eastern Football League. He is so quick off the mark on that first 30 metres. Every time he got the ball, he would at least run 30 or 40 metres, doing all sorts of incredible things before he kicked it. And he was, as I said, certainly the player to do. To me, he now is Noble Park's number one midfielder, gone way past Kyle Martin. And but on the other hand, look, Berwick, that Tuck. I forget his first name. Travis Chuck. He was fantastic as well. He is a bull. He is a bull in that midfield, mate. I've never seen a guy, shrug off 3 or 4 tacklers, keep his feet and get the ball out so many times. And so you had 2 different types of midfielders. Although they were playing against each other, I don't think they matched up at all, during the day. But look, Berwick, they're going to be a middle-of-the-road side from what I saw yesterday. Noble Park, yes. As you said, big Mason, Marson, 3 goals. He's a big recruit they got, I think, from Edithvale down that way. Big, tall man, takes a great mark, kicks a long goal. So, and look, the 2 guys, and I'll apologise to them, Ziggy Elwin and Shane Allen, who I canned the week before because of 2 experienced players who did nothing, but they were outstanding. Shane Allen particularly kicked a couple of goals, gave off another 2. Ziggy Elwin gave them a target down. So all those players went missing in round 1. But it was a great game, huge crowd, and it was a great spectacle for the Eastern Footy League.
And next week, Ray, Noble Park take on Vermont. So that is a huge...
And then they've got Norwood the week after.
It's huge next couple of weeks for them. Can you paint a good picture for the Bulls going into, particularly the Vermont game, coming up against a team who has only won games by 5 and 10 points? It's not great form going into that.
We keep writing them off, those.
We have. But in saying that, it's just a massive game next week.
Spider, from what I saw yesterday, I think they will beat Vermont. Their leg speed as well. They moved the ball that quick down the field yesterday, extremely quick, and they hit targets. Whether or not Vermont can match up on them a little bit better than what Berwick did, because that's what Roval did in round 1. But no, look, I've got nothing but praise for them the way they came back yesterday, particularly after seeing them the week before.
What about Berwick? They've got Baldwin next. That's where they got their first ever win as well, out of Baldwin. But it'll probably be a tough game, although Baldwin obviously dropped one and owned the Park Orchards. Then they play Doncaster at home. So their next fortnight, especially that Doncaster game, will be big, given that we saw Doncaster and they were, without being too mean, pretty poor.
Yeah, look, one of the big downfalls I think that Berwick are going to come up against, and I think Park Orchards will also as the season progresses. They both play on huge big grounds. Once they get down to Cherry Road, what I'm talking is it's all been blown out the water what Park Orchards did anyway. But to me, Baldwin have the ability down at Cherry Road just to squeeze whatever they can out of the opposition, and obviously they did that for 3 quarters at the weekend because they led at every change. But then, Park Orchards obviously got off the leash. But no, look, I don't know.
Well, we're being joined as well on the pre-game, and we were joined all through the afternoon by Max Otten.
G'day, guys. How are we on today?
Welcome to the broadcast team, mate. And we look forward to your insight into this game. Obviously, you know so much about this clash, but let's just give you a bit of insight into how things are going at Templestowe, mate. You started like a house on fire against Hogarth District, and then had a pretty tough fortnight or so. The game against South Belgrave jumped out of the box, and then they turned it on. What are your thoughts so far on, first of all, dropping down a couple of divisions, and how are things going at Tempe?
Dropping down a couple of divisions has been pretty good. Obviously, it's a bit different to Premier. It takes a couple of weeks to adjust, which, good players always adjust to the lower league. So it's been pretty fun. Loving my time down there at Templestowe. A few young guys. South Belgrave, they're, class above. They've got some really key guys who... Tim Smith didn't kick a goal. If you would have said before the game, if you hold Garner, Odomat, and Smith to...
He played a lot of midfield, didn't he?
Yeah. So, especially after half-time, he went back in the mids and sort of just ascended himself in the middle there. So, but... obviously Mitch Garner's probably the recruit of the year, I reckon, for South Belgrave. Just the ability to tap it outside.
And you'll love that, Ray, won't you?
Well, I've over the last 3 or 4 seasons, I've put him in the top 3 in Premier Division as a ruckman.
Yeah, correct. And his ability to tap it outside of the stoppage, it just makes, especially their halfbacks, are really damaging by foot, and they got a lot of speed on. So, albeit we've had a few injuries I think round one we lost our full back to ACL, MCL, and fractured tibia.
All in one go.
All in one go. So it's a genuine car crash. And then obviously Cam Cloak going down with a serious hammy.
Yeah,
does hurt our structure, but you lose a 6'6", 120 kilo full forward who's kicked goals wherever he's been.
Yeah,
it does make a massive dent in our structures, but obviously we've still got some really good guys and some really good young guys coming through, so it's pretty exciting times.
So what's the feeling down there at Tempe? Because you look back at the history over the last, even 8 or so years, there was a cycle there where they should have won a premiership and they played off in grand finals and whatever, but never did it. Is there any talk about that sort of thing that happened then?
No, especially, I guess, there's one person probably who's playing then from those teams, was Alex Brown.
Yeah.
A lot of the young guys we got coming, we have a really good group of guys, 18 to 23-year-olds who just need some exposure to senior football, need some leadership out there in the field. We're recruited pretty well with Michael Fogarty, Toby Ryan, Nick Batsanis. Those three just instrumental in the mid. So just the ability to sort of get games to these young guys and then them to perform sort of week on week is, stepping up into senior football.
Yeah, when you talk about those guys, Max, and great to have you part of the team. Those guys like Mick Fogarty, who've had some VFL experience, and they've had some good local footy experience around the trap. So that makes it a good thing for your playing group, doesn't it? Just to be able to come in and I suppose put that expectation on the playing group, because the first couple of weeks have been, or the last couple of weeks in particular, have been a little bit tough, and that's when your experienced players step up and lead.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Mick Fogarty is probably, we rated him probably the high, one of the best people at Doncaster. He obviously won two BNFs there. And playing against him, it's just probably better to play with him than against him. So, and then having, Nick Batsanis coming back from Donny East. So just that experience, and those young guys can, they're not getting beaten up every week in the mids. And sort of, especially those senior midfielders, they jump on their backs and sort of watch us go.
Who are the youth then that you're talking about that really impress you, obviously, at Temple State? Because you've watched some pretty good youth at Blackburn over the years.
Yeah,
so do they compare to any extent?
There's some young guys like Matty McLennan, Bailey Watsons, who's a probably 20-year-old big developing ruckman who we put at full forward yesterday. Mark Ferraro down the back line with me. He's got some excellent hands and a great shoe. Matty Nagel. They're some of the few young guys who, albeit they feel like they've been around for 5 or 6 years, but they're 23, 24 years old. And they'll once they gain to 50 to 100 games, that experience is going to show. Especially, it happened with me when I was came to Blackburn when I was 21. Really cool group of guys played 50 to 150 games together, and those core group of guys played in the grand final in 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. And then from your what's your role at Templestowe, obviously playing, but are you helping Anthony with the group? Because when I spoke to him in the preseason, like you said, they had a really young core, but just no experience and no real football nous.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm coaching the back line with Nick Batsanis is doing the mids and Cam Cloak's looking after the forwards. So we've got some playing assistant coaches helping Mac up there, and Ryan Baines helping on the bench too. So it's a really good experience from
Baines. Baines have been around there
exactly
forever,
right.
Mate.
So good experience from Ryan to be playing, to helping out. On the bench there.
Absolutely. You're going to be joining us all day, Max. So we'll turn our attention away from Templestowe and on to just, I guess, your thoughts on the competition. You can say that within the context of what you feel comfortable. But Ray, what's your biggest surprise? And anyone, so far we've played, 3 weeks in other divisions, 2 in Premier Division. What's your biggest surprise so far? For me personally, it's been Fair Park. I had Fair Park being similar to an upper gully. But so far, 2 wins, and then they tested Waverley Blues. Been pretty impressed with them.
Well, look, mine has to be Park Orchard. Look, I was a big thing, as you know, against. Pardon me. I was a big thing against teams being promoted without winning premierships, and I got nothing against the clubs. That's a league decision. But they've certainly. I thought they might have struggled. But, we're only 2 games in, I know, but they haven't put a foot wrong. They've been a huge surprise to me.
Spider?
Oh, look, I think Park Orchards definitely have been, without taking my my bias, I think East Bell's been a surprise going up. But I think Park Orchards, from the Premier point of view, is the story, because I think the first one, to get the first win is important, and to have a look and go, we're ready to play, and then to go on and take a team down like Baldwin on the weekend, that just gives so much more hope and confidence into a footy club for the future, knowing that well, we're here and we're not going to be pushed around. And I think it's a prime example of that. And I think that they should be very proud of what they did and achieved on the weekend. It's a really good step forward for them. And I didn't think they'd get thrashed. I always thought they'd be competitive.
I didn't think they'd win.
How much, and to actually get the win, I think it's a good feather in their cap.
Yeah, absolutely. Max, what about you? A different viewpoint. Are there any clubs or any players or across all divisions that have surprised you so far?
I have to agree with Park Gorges. They've beaten Baldwin at Baldwin, which is always a tough ask. But you look at the ins they've brought in. Andreas Everett's played at the high level. Ryan Wilson played at Vermont in a couple grand finals.
I think they picked up Kapanki, who's a Box Hill ruckman.
Exactly right. Yeah. So they've brought experience in with, especially those developing guys. We played them in a practice match last year, and they were just hard at the ball. So probably them, and the other one's probably Coldstream as well. Obviously lost Saturday, coming up from Div 4 to Div 3. It is a big jump, especially you're beating teams by 200 points on the odd occasion. So them coming up, winning 2 games in a row by really good margins. Showing they're competitive in Division 3, which is always what you want when a team comes up to the next level.
What about from the other end, guys? So a team you've been a bit disappointed in so far. I know, Ray, you think Montrose have disappointed you a little bit, but they have had a tough run of it. Are there any other teams across the divisions that might have disappointed? I think really, other than Ferntree Gully, no one else has really been as a lot worse than we expected.
Well, I would put Glen Waverley Hawks in there because I saw them in round 1 against Scoresby, and as we spoke about it, Matty, they had a big club in one of the other local clubs.
And they made the mistake of really getting excited too publicly.
Yeah, and also their coach come across from that club, and on their results in last season, I thought they would have been travelling a little bit better, but it's early days.
Spider, is there anyone that's disappointed you?
Yeah, I think even the side we're going to watch here today, I think Blackburn a little bit, to be honest. I think from all the hype and a little bit of, what we've seen over the past couple of years at club that played in a grand final a couple of years ago, we know that they've lost a lot of players coming out of that team. I just think we probably would have seen a little bit better, I think we particularly last week coming up against the side, and we need to see more today. We need to see a big improvement because we're saying, okay, they look like they're going to be that in the middle. But if they're claiming still that they have the dream and the hope of being a contender, well, this is the day that they've got to show it.
Spider, at the football on Saturday, I was at Quamby with North Ringwood and Roval, and I said to some Roval people, I said, you may think I'm crazy, and most people do. I said, but I would rather be in Blackburn position than Baldwin's position after that Good Friday game. And they said, what are you talking about? To me, Baldwin have to be successful, Baldwin have to have an injury-free season, because they haven't got much in reserve. Whereas Blackburn, those reserves I saw last week running around for Blackburn, there's probably 3 or 4 that can come into that side. It's a long season, and thank you to Park Gorge for backing up my thing as well.
Well, the theory is it seems okay, and from a depth point of view for Baldwin, they've only got 4 or 5 players potentially that are really going to be pushing. And the rest of this there. Yeah. And Rodney Eads has admitted that. He's basically said, look, the depth is a bit of an issue for them. So if they get some injuries, well, they might come back to the field. But then you've got a side like Blackburn, who I keep talking about and saying, well, okay, you've been successful getting to finals, but to take the next step, you've still got to have a core group. And you don't want to, if you fall back into that, down the ladder a little bit, you then leave yourself a little bit vulnerable, I feel, to be cherry picked. And guys start losing hope. Okay, we're not winning. We've got to go back to and start all over again to rebuild this, to have any hope of having ultimate success. And I think that sometimes is a little bit hard to accept for some guys.
They might prove you wrong today. But before we go to another break, Max, what about you? Is there any club, I guess it's hard as a current player to sort of say a certain club has disappointed you, but are there any that you've been maybe a bit surprised about how slow they've started?
Probably Noble Park, to be honest. Getting shocked at Roval against Roval after round 1. No one saw it coming. I guess everyone had Roval bottom 3 on the ladder.
So not you though, Ray. You didn't have them.
No, I didn't.
Yes, so seeing them play, watching a bit of their film, it's sort of. I guess Roval's probably going to be the surprise packet for the year, you'd imagine. And then. Blackburn's probably got a lot to prove from last week's outing.
The thing about Blackburn, and I've only got a minute before the break, is it's always that they take a risk in having these 2 marquee games to kick off the year, because you usually have a marquee game against strong sides. So obviously it's been Baldwin and Good Friday, but they have played Doncaster before when they were flying, and they play South Croydon, who for the last few years have always been strong. So you do always have that risk of, like last year, I think they lost that first game. You lost that first game on Anzac Day out here, and then there's the risk again this year. Could be 0-2 purely because you take the risk of playing these marquee games, but it could get you off to a bit of a slow start momentum-wise. But we're going to go to another break here on the EFL Eastland Match of the Round pre-game. Anzac Day, Blackburn and South Croydon. On the other side of it, we'll have a look at the game in more detail as we try to look ahead to the Panthers and the Dogs.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
To Morton Park for today's Anzac Day clash on EFL Eastland Match of the Round between Blackburn and South Croydon. The Burners looking to get their first win of the year. South Croydon looking to improve on a gritty win over Berwick back in round 1. Matthew Fotia here with Matt Lee, Ray Baird and Max Otten to run us through the game. We've talked about a bit of the goings-on in the league. We've talked to Marcus Bozzaglo as well about his Dogs and what they'll come out today. We also talked about Noble's big win over Berwick yesterday. So let's dive into this one. And I think there's a few key areas, Ray, especially with Morton Park. You've spoken a lot about certain grounds being bigger, and South Croydon, Marcus spoke about they like to play on bigger grounds. But I think today, with the size of Morton Park lengthwise, clearance has become so important, especially for South Croydon, given Blackburn's, they've had a few outs and they're probably lacking a bit of height, we thought, on Good Friday. If the guys like Dano King and Jordan Walker and Kilpatrick, as Spider mentioned, can get their hands on the footy first and get it inside quick, I think Blackburn's defenders will struggle because I think they're going to rely on team defence.
Yeah, you're probably right there, Matty. Look, and you've got to remember that, South Croydon are coming off a win and Blackburn are coming off a bit of a hiding there. And this is always in the back of the players' mind when they're leading up, particularly on a marquee game. Those Blackburn players out in the club room now thinking, well, we have to win because, we lost the game on Good Friday. Yeah. We have to win at this marquee game. And, look, I just think that overall, I think that South Croydon's their ball movement across the ground, I think that's what's going to catch Blackburn out.
Yeah, and I've always just said this is the way that they transition the ball, South Croydon. We've just seen it for over a period of time. They like to run, spread. They get the ball in nice and quickly, give their forwards plenty of opportunity. And, they'll have players that are going to be at that fall of that ball. And I just think that they're going to be really hard to stop again today.
So Marcus spoke about their kick mark game, and Max might be able to give us insight into the way South Croydon have played in recent years. But against Breck, they had 95 marks, which, 29 more than their opponents. Again, big ground, so there's plenty of opportunity for uncontested marks. But 95 marks is almost 40 more than Blackburn had in round one. Do you think that's something South Croydon, especially under Marcus last year, played that sort of kick mark style?
Yeah, they definitely did. They definitely honour the hit-ups as well. So I know last year they destroyed us in that area too. So they hit up the leads, they'll hit the easy one, and then especially on the small ground like Blackburn is, you can get it to halfway and then they'll dump it long to Wilson, and especially if King's playing forward as well. That's where we got under pressure last year. They'll probably look to do the same.
Yeah, well, Wilson's such a talented player, isn't he, Max? I mean, he just knows where the ball is, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
He's strong.
Exactly right. And especially if Maxie King goes down there too, stretches Blackburn's defenders. They've got no real keys. Obviously, James Powell and Michael Dunn will probably take the two big South Croydon forwards. But I guess on the other hand too, Birch is out for South Croydon. Blackburn brings in Garner and Brooks and Bathy up forward, so we're all 195 plus forwards. And we see at the front here, Dill Marshall's playing reserve, so where he's come back from injury. But him and Max Warren last year really tore us apart. When we kicked it long to our big keys, they were getting in front, marking in front of their big keys.
One thing that Blackburn, I feel, have got to get more out of Luke Conker. If a small forwards today, I think they're far more important at this level of football than what your big full forward is, because the ball's going to come to the ground more often than the big forward's going to mark it. And to me, Luke Conker was probably the most disappointing thing as far as Blackburn went, as far as I was concerned. And as we said, if Dan King goes forward and can be very active around the goals at the other end, that's more important for Luke to do the same thing.
The two players I think the key for Blackburn are Sam Hart and Liam Patterson, because against Bolton it felt like they actually did all right around the stoppages, but they didn't have any run on the outside. And if they did get it to people on the run, their kicking was pretty poor. So Sam Hart last week had 20 disposals and 8 rebound 50s, and Liam Patterson had pretty identical, 19 disposals and 7 rebound 50s.
And they're good stats.
Yeah. But both players only went at 60%.
Yeah, well, that efficiency needs to...
So they need more efficiency, and I reckon they need more of the footy, because that Blackburn, like Max is saying, on a ground, you only really 1.5 kicks from goal at all times. If they can get the ball into those guys' hands off half-back with a bit of run, they can get the ball in quicker, because they just weren't getting in quick on Good Friday, and it meant the defenders of Baldwin, in Freeman, Pendlebury, and so on were able to cut it off. And like you said, last year, South Croydon did the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I think with Reece Conker, it looks like Reece Conker's playing his first game for Blackburn today. He'll have that drive and the pace coming off the half-back flank. Sam Hart's a traditional winger, and Paddo does play the half-back role. So it'll be interesting to see how Blackburn deploys Reece today, whether he plays inside or on a half-back flank to try to chop up.
Well, he's been doing a lot of running, obviously, as Melbourne runner.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's been a long time since he's had a contested ball, I would have thought.
Yeah, and that rebound last week, they just really struggled with.
That's what I mean, because in the end, Bajia was really impressive, I thought, as an inside mid. Nick Gray was probably one of their best players as well. Jason Reed tackles all day. And as you said, there's Matthew Day's come back into the side. So in terms of around the footy today, Spider, I think Blackburn will be able to match South Croydon around the footy. It's just whether they can actually make it count, because last week they couldn't get it on the outside, and even when they did, Baldwin had numbers back.
Yeah, and it's when they go forward as well. And Max, I suppose you can answer this from being involved with the Blackburn setup in the past. The forward line, how it's been a little bit dysfunctional and hasn't been the setup that's really required, and they haven't been able to kick big scores. I mean, that's been a big issue.
Oh, I think you lose a like of Jake Hammond. He's a top 3, in my eyes, he's a top 3 player in the league. You lose someone like him as a massive out on the eve of the season. So trying to find goals where, first game against Baldwin without him, very interesting. But they'll structure the forward line around him. Matt Day is a proven goal kicker in the EFL and VFL as well. Bathy's kicked bags before. And obviously Brooksy and Garner are obviously young guys coming up. So
Brooks was impressive last week, I thought, Ray. Like, he showed signs. He was quite strong. So was it last week? Whatever. Good Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought he was quite impressive. He's playing on Chris Pendlebury or
right.
Freeman, or Matthew Casey, I think, that new recruit as well for Baldwin. So he was playing some good players. I actually think he's quite impressive.
Yeah, he's from what I've seen, what I've heard from a few of the guys, he's certainly a big boy. So
he's strong in the hips.
So all Blackburn really need to do is just crash a pack and not allow South Croydon's half-backs to sit in front and take a mark, and sort of, you notice exactly, when South Croydon do take those marks, they'll look to switch straight away. and then look to try to get on the outside and get the likes of Matt Jones, get him on the run and sort of kicking inside forward 50.
And then, as you said there, uncontested disposals is another big discrepancy in off the first two games. So South Croydon had 218, so 49 more than Berwick, and Blackburn had 180, which was 50 less than Baldwin. So that's another key area because, like I said, I think in the gut spider, both teams will be evenly matched. It'll be who can use it better. And as Buzz said when we spoke to him, they've got the likes of Patrick Klepp, who they think is one of the best kicks in the comp. You've also got Jaden Castle will be floating around. Liam Cox can play any role. Dale Walker's back there.
Well, Walker's a good player.
Matthew Jones, if he gets on the outside, will hurt you. And then Burt, the names roll off the tongue. So I think that's where the game will be won.
Yeah, midfield's going to be the key. It's going to be getting that hands on the ball first, getting it into your forward line, but also being able to keep it in there. And I think last week was a perfect example when it went into the Blackburn forward line. It just came out so easily from the ball. The ball, and players could just mop up and they just transition the ball, and they just caught Blackburn unawares at times. And I think that's going to be a real point of issue today, making sure that Blackburn can address that.
Spider, not only did the ball, come out again, but they missed some shots at goal too, Blackburn, last week.
Oh, there was some real easy ones, yeah.
So you've got to be spot on, when you're goal kicking for a start.
Absolutely. And is that something teams work on, Max? How do you address that? Because a lot of clubs struggle with goal kicking these first month. Besides just taking shots at goal, is there anything else you can do?
I think not having football for 9 weeks and 18 months playing football really does hurt, but it's all about probably kicking under fatigue. So whether you're practicing before training or after training is putting yourself under fatigue and putting yourself duress. So you're absolutely exhausted when you're having a set shot. And that's the way you're going to learn and sort of set your routine up, go through your routine, and then work on those things at training.
Absolutely. Just a little bit of insight again into Blackburn. On a day like today, Blackburn is one of the better clubs at creating an atmosphere, and the crowd's probably not quite the size as the same as Good Friday last week, but I'm sure there's people in the rooms and still some dregs following in. What's it like on an Anzac Day out at Morton Park?
I think it's pretty special. I think, Blackburn's very lucky to have probably one of the best supporter bases I've seen at local football. The Red Army. Anywhere you travel, the Red Army's there. So that supporter base does really grow, and especially if you kick a couple goals early on, they really get behind you. Or if it's close, you sort of get that sort of extra urge coming from the crowd. All the old guys, old players sit next to the can bar. Their ability to sort of vocalise how they feel, it's a great feeling, especially playing out there.
And are there any particular clubs that Blackburn definitely got up for? I know obviously this game is special, but are South Croydon the club that the Blackburn most like to beat, or is there a couple others?
I think everyone loves to beat your Vermonts and your Baldwins, no doubt. Blackburn sort of see South Croydon as a very similar club to them. Not the likes of your Baldwins, your Vermont, sort of the club that's sort of all about culture, all about growth from the juniors, all about community engagement. So that's sort of we sort of see each other the same sort of clubs. And then the guys off the field sort of know each other too, so you sort of get that extra urge as well.
Max, in my opinion, you've also had a bit of a rivalry with Doncaster too over the last few years or so.
Yeah, exactly. I think
you've played them in finals.
Yeah, I guess we always Blackburn always knew when it comes to finals we had the wood over Doncaster.
Yeah.
We just knew that once we got on top of them, they were going to break down.
Was it out at Ringwood? That was the one that was quite close, wasn't it? At Jubilee Park.
The one I'm thinking about was down at Glen Waverley Hawks.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah.
So we, as I said, we always felt we had the wood over them, no matter what. A couple of times in the year they beat us, but come finals time, it was all about put them under pressure. They're going to crack. They like to. Well, we thought they, ran forward. If you're going to hurt them defensively, and you'll get scores on the board really quickly, and you'll get 5 or 6 goals pretty easily.
And I guess that's a lovely insight to Spider, isn't it? When you were at East Burwood, Vermont's still it's just a sign of their longevity that still now they're still the club that everyone likes to beat.
Oh, definitely. I mean, East Burwood and Vermont had an amazing role. When you talk about the roles, I mean, Blackburn and South Croydon did have a big rivalry in the mid-90s when they were both playing in Division 2. There was some big games here. So it does go. There is still a fair bit of from the you talked the historical point of view from the past players, and I mean every club's got their clubs that they like to beat. I mean, Vermont would say they like being East Burwood and they like being and Blackburn because there's a bit of a local derby. Mitcham, they've got their rivals. Vermont, East Burwood, Don Vale, all that sort of stuff. It goes back historically. So there's always the local rivalries, and then maybe there's been a game of incident or a comeback game. we always want to try and get one back on each other, and then obviously the newcomers in more recent times, your Baldwins and Noble Parks that have built up rivalries with many clubs as well.
So Spider, going way back before these two other fellas were born, mate, and I was at Bayswater there. We always loved to play East Burwood.
Yeah, Bayswater, they had a big rivalry because a few preliminary finals.
Mitcham too, because Mitcham were a powerhouse back in those days. If you could beat Mitcham down there,
you two are going to have to start your own nostalgia podcast. So we don't have time for this. We better get back to the game at hand. Let's go through a few quick tips. Spider, who's going to win it, and why are they going to win it?
Oh, look, I think just the dominance through midfield, and I just some of those players we've discussed, Wilson, Kilpatrick, King, etc. I just think that they're going to get on top. First hands on ball goes in, and they're just going to be able to put score on the board. I'm just not sure Blackburn's going to be able to kick a winning score today.
So that's South Croydon
by about 5 goals.
I agree with Spider totally. I think that the midfield's going to give South Croydon forwards enough opportunity to kick a winning score.
What can Blackburn then do to stop it?
Well, they've got to defend
compared to the way they did Good Friday.
Well. They've got to man up and play man on man in the back line, and of course it all starts in the midfield. They've got to try and if South Croydon get a run through the midfield, they've got to try and nullify that somehow.
Absolutely. Max, what about you, mate? You obviously have a few allegiances, but can Blackburn, build on a pretty disappointing Good Friday and turn it around?
Yeah, I think they can, especially with, as I mentioned earlier, a few of South Croydon's outs. I think Birch is a big out for South Croydon's backline. So if Blackburn's able to get some control on the midfield, able to get the ball to their key forwards, we could see a tight contest here, but I reckon South Croydon by about 3 goals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a clean sweep in terms of South Croydon winning it, but I think it'll be quite close just because, as you said, a couple of those inclusions like Matt Day, Reece Conkers, obviously his name precedes himself, and a couple other players coming back into the side. I think Blackburn will improve, and they'll also know what to expect after having played Good Friday, and then obviously would have had a chance to watch the tape against South Croydon. And from the sounds of it, Buzz wasn't overly happy with South Croydon's win either. They got a bit lucky and kicked the last 2 goals to extend it to a 3-goal victory. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Spider, Ray, as always, a bit of experience, and Max making his debut today and slotted in quite nicely. So hear his voice all through the afternoon for special comments. That's been the pre-game show here on EFNL Eastland Match of the Day. It's Blackburn and South Croydon Anzac Day clash at Morton Park.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna. The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. Yo, beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to Morton Park out here in Blackburn. It's Premier Division football live from Morton Park. Blackburn taking on South Croydon in the annual Anzac Day clash. Blackburn's turn to host this year. And good day for footy out here. A little bit overcast now, the sun behind the clouds, but pretty brilliant day as we remember all those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We will have an Anzac Day ceremony on the ground following the conclusion of the reserves and before the start of action here this afternoon. My name's Steve White. Thanks for joining us here on the coverage on EFNL Game Day as the conclusion of round 2 of Premier Division action, but the conclusion for all rounds across the league. 4 days. Can you believe that? I haven't done that in a while, even though we only did 2 of them and got paid for 4. No, got paid for none of them. Reeves kicking off with Ringwood versus Heathmont under lights on Friday night. The bulk of the games on Saturday. Obviously, our game of the day was the Doncaster Showdown out there at Trams. Yesterday, Noble Park disposed of the Wickers, much to Brett Beston's approval. And today we have the Anzac Day ceremony. So a big weekend of footy here on EFNL Game Day. My name's Steve White, and joining me in the call chair this afternoon, as he did boundary side for three and a half quarters of the Trams reserve. Very good afternoon to Brett Beston.
Hi, Steve. Nice to be here out at Morton Park. Always a great experience coming out here with the red jackets, and let's hope that we get things going a little bit more smoothly than they did on Saturday. But this is a great match, this one. I mean, it's a traditional clash. Tough one to call because it's so early in the season. But, I think South Croydon might just get the chocolates today, but very hard to tell, particularly going off the evidence of only one game. Yeah, and, well, just out here in the reserves as we're drawing to a close out here, 10-7-67 Blackburn caning the Bulldogs 1-3-9. So we'll see if that reverses in the Premier Division clash. But you heard him on pre-game and he's in very familiar territory. Probably got a Templestowe jumper on underneath that we can't see. Very good afternoon to Max Otten.
Thanks for having me, gents. It's really good to be here, especially on a big day like Anzac Day. You know, you always get up for these games, and I know Blackburn will want to sort of get up for this game, especially what happened against Ball on Good Friday.
So, I'll just ask you first, Max, with the insider knowledge, obviously, of this team for 7-8 seasons. What are you seeing coming into this game for the Burners coming up against South Croydon?
Probably just the ability to win the ball in the mids. Obviously, it starts in the mids and then getting it forward. They've brought in Garner's come in for his first game as a 20-year-old. Bathy and Brooksy's are up forward. They're both big boys, so getting quickly into them, not allowing South Croydon's backs to drop off and get in front of them. Then on the flip side, being able to defend, make the ground small and not allow Wilson and Max King up forward to be able to control the game and dominate the game in the air.
And obviously, guys like Carl Dove and Xavier Murphy are going to be key this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly right. It looks like Dovey's playing more ruck with Lockie Harry out. He's not being named. And Xavier Murphy, obviously, just a stalwart of Blackburn, has been around for a while. So we know what we're going to expect from him in an under mid who's, if he gets his hands on first, it's going to go a long way for Blackburn to win.
This is my first time seeing Blackburn this season. Any of the young guns on that list that we should really be keeping an eye on that you're expecting big this afternoon?
My big one is Charlie Oglesworth, number 19. Played every game or played majority of games in the seniors last year as an 18-year-old. He's, he cracks in, goes head first. Really courageous young kid, half forward. Hopefully he can build up a motor to push to the inside. From what I heard, Lockie J has dropped, put himself in really good position to be dominant midfield. And then obviously the likes of Matt Day and Matty Bartlett's both had VFL experience, but they're probably 21, 22 years old. So, looking for them to now stamp their authority on, games like this, coming back from VFL, being able to dominate. Matt Day's 194, moves like a midfielder, and just hopefully he can just produce a game and just earn his recall back up to VFL.
And on the other side of the football, guys, South Croydon, what are we sort of feeling personnel-wise or just generally about them this afternoon?
Oh, look, they seem to have a lot of the familiar faces, don't they? I mean, you'll still have, of course, the King boys running around, so they've been there forever, and plenty of other familiar faces. I mean, Matt Jones is a terrific player. Wilson knows where the big sticks are. He's a prolific goal kicker.
Check 1, 2.
They've got plenty of one or two new names there that I don't recognise, but I just think South Croydon may be it's a tough one to call, but I just think South Croydon by maybe a goal or two today.
Yeah, I'm just still trying to get used to not seeing Steve Donnell's name on there after 400 years. No, that's all right. But, driving down, was it Bendigo, Ballarat, I think? One of the two. I always get those two confused. But anyway, generally speaking, Premier Division footy, I mean, we're only in round 2. Any sort of general thoughts about where we're headed, or still too early to call, or any things you're sort of noticing in round 2 of the season from either of the teams?
I think it's still too early to call.
Yeah.
It's round 2, second game. South Croydon's had a 15-day break, I think it is. So it's always interesting coming off the extended break, how you go the first quarter, because, you're rolling in from week to week, especially early on in the season. So we'll see what the likes of. But South Croydon has so much class in the midfield. Dan King, Matt Jones, Braden Kilpatrick last year, in this event last year really tore us apart. And then, from Blackburn's point of view, it's all about redemption from last week.
Yeah. As we get set for Wayne Brasher to join the broadcast. As I said, this is the final game of the round. I don't think we've decided what game we're doing next Saturday. Matty, which game are we doing next Saturday? We don't know. Ferntree Gully. All right, we're out there next weekend. So lock that one in for EFNL game day on Saturday. Broadcast starts at 1. We'll go to Division 2. Just how Templestowe are travelling. You guys are, 3 games into it now? How do you guys sort of feel how you're going?
Yeah, we're 1 and 2 at the moment. Beat Oakwood Districts first up. Then we had, rampaging East Burwood round 2. And then probably everyone's fancy is South Belgrave round 3. So, I'd probably comparing East Burwood and South Belgrave early on together. They both play very similar brand. East Burwood structured up so well behind the footy, and they're very disciplined. For our point of view, we've got a lot of injuries, but obviously there's no excuses at the moment. So we came out Saturday, kicked 5 goals to 1, I think, in the first quarter, and then obviously just the ability to play 4 quarters. It's going to be a big thing moving on to the next couple of weeks, but it's obviously interesting dropping down a couple of divisions, but the standard probably hasn't dropped a whole lot. It's just all about, for us, building up the young guys and making them make sure they play 4 quarters of football.
Well, that was going to ask you next, in terms of going down 2 divisions and adjusting to the style of play and the speed of play. I know some guys sort of struggle or some guys excel.
Yeah.
How do you feel you're personally? I know it's only 3 games into the season. How do you think you're travelling so far?
I'm probably lucky as a backman. I get to sort of read the footy a lot more. And sort of the way I play is just sort of dropping off, or drop when I can drop off. So the ability to watch the ball behind the ball. It does make it a lot easier. It is an adjustment, and there was an adjustment period to it. So it's definitely just something more footy, especially missing back half of last year, not playing in 2020. So, I've played 9 or 11 games in 2 years, 3 years. So it's all about getting it back to football, body back to it as well. It does get harder and harder, but obviously the more games I played, I reckon I'll find the footy a lot easier.
And then you're going to start thinking about retirement money and where you're going to buy a house. And all that. I'm just kidding. Wayne Brasher, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Steve, Brett, good to have you on the Onboard Max this afternoon. Looking forward to doing special comments with you.
Likewise.
We'll get your thoughts on this afternoon, Brash. Just take us through. We've already sort of briefly discussed the game this afternoon. What are you expecting from both these clubs?
Well, I haven't. I didn't come with the usual artillery today, mate. So I'm going.
You're going nude.
I'm going nude today. Look, having a look at the figures for both sides early, I think there's a clear advantage here for South Croydon. I just think that they've got a little bit more depth in their lineup at the moment, and I'm just a little bit worried for Blackburn this afternoon, where they're going to kick their goals from. I think Ryan Bathy is going to have to really be the key forward this afternoon to drive Blackburn to victory. What do you think, Max?
Oh, I agree. But last year we saw Ryan Bathy without Jake Cameron in the team. I think he kicks 20, 25 goals for the year. So he has the ability to kick those goals. It's all about having that continuity with Brooksy and obviously Will Garner coming in for his first game. So hopefully if Brooks and Garner can get up the ground and allow Bathy to be one-on-one deep and not allow South Croydon's backs to sort of drop off in front of him, he could have a day out here, especially if it's a nice day. The service should be pretty much on his chest all day.
However, I thought the game of Bajaya in round one for Blackburn, I thought he ran the game out very well. He runs hard. He runs hard both ways. I thought Pattinson had patches there where he was good. I think they needed a little bit more out of the Murphy guys. They provide a lot of run. I think they're going to need that again this afternoon. And I just think that, Dove and is going to have to probably play a part as the backup ruckman this afternoon. Whilst for South Croydon, obviously you know what you're going to get with Max King. He'll either play on ball and go down and rest at full forward and stretch the back line. But they've also got James Wilson on this corresponding game last year, kicked 5 goals. So he's going to be another one you've got to watch out for.
So who's going to be the second? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
I can't hear myself. There you go. Who's going to be the second ruckman for Blackburn today?
Look, I heard they have last week.
Lockie Harry hasn't been named, so it looks like Kyle Dove will start on the ruck, and then probably either Brooks, Bathy, or Garner will probably pinch hit.
Okay.
You'll probably see Dove take majority of the ruck all day and might kick behind the footy all day, but just depends on who's winning the midfield battle.
Yeah, you're right, and that's going to be, last week that was probably one of the problems that Blackburn had was that Baldwin actually worked Harry out very early, Max, and were able to nullify his influence by positioning themselves in the right position, and Blackburn were caught flat-footed trying to get the ball out of the midfield. That's something they're going to have to rectify today, and probably, like you said, maybe drop one behind and maybe keep one forward just in case that 50-50 contest comes about from the bounce.
So we'll just go through some of the other scores that have completed. Obviously, this is a completion of round 2 in Premier Division football. Park Orchards getting the job done over Baldwin, 15-10, 100 defeating Baldwin, 13-12, 90. Rowville absolutely put North Ringwood to the sword, 19-21, 135, defeating North Ringwood, 8-7, 55. Vermont, much to the delight of Wayne Brasher, got home in a thriller, 10 points over the Norsemen, 13-14, 92, defeating Norwood 12-10, 82. And in our game of the day on Saturday, Doncaster East destroyed Doncaster 11-21, 87, 6-7, 43. Should have been much higher.
Exactly.
And Noble Park yesterday in our Sunday game, disposing of the Wickers 14-13, 97, 6-7, 43. So only round 2, as we were talking earlier, some pretty comprehensive results. And Brash, Norwood would have been quite the upset for round number 2.
Yeah, it would have been, because I think Marty Pass would have been disappointed. They led at 38 points at quarter time, and also three-quarter time they were up by 19 points, yet Vermont found a way to get back into the contest in the second quarter, managed to hold sway a little bit to make sure that the lead didn't get out as much, and to win running away by 10 goals, and 10 points, and I believe Lockie Johns kicked an absolutely rip snorter to kick the sealer, and Robbie Ross was named the Anzac Day medalist. An interesting note that I did receive from my Vermont people, and I think this speaks testament to, as people say, you write Vermont off your peril. I think, like with Blackburn, when you've got, they had 10 players, Vermont, that had less than 10 games of senior experience. I think that's, when you compare that with the likes of Blackburn, I think that really augurs well for both these clubs. And doing some analysis this morning on Blackburn as well as Vermont again today, they're tracking in the right direction in all grades this year.
So if we have a brief look at the table for Premier Division, not really much to speak of, only being round 2, but we'll go through it anyway. Rowville, 2 straight wins. They're on top on 8 points, the high percentage of 176. Park Orchards, 2 from 2 as well, are on 8 points, 147 percentage. Vermont, 2 and 2, so 3 teams with a perfect record so far on 8 points. Then we have the Tigers, Baldwin, 1 win and 1 loss. In 5th, Norwood. Doncaster East, 6, 1 and 1. South Croydon, just the 1 game played, obviously playing today with the 1 win. Noble Park, 1 and 1 in the 8th. Berwick, 2 straight losses. And Doncaster and North Ringwood, 10 and 11 with 2 straight losses. Blackburn, obviously playing today with the 1 loss.
Yeah, Steve. The other couple of things that I've noticed too, that both North Ringwood and Doncaster have got negative points differentials quarter by quarter, and some of them are quite large, meaning that they're not winning enough quarters of football, and they're not putting enough winning. They're not going to put enough on the scoreboard.
So the Anzac Day ceremony is just about to commence down on the field, and we'll take a minute's silence just after this.
On this day, we pause to remember and commemorate our Anzacs, the brave men and women who gave their lives in the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Today, we have some special guests here in attendance from the Blackburn RSL. Our committee member, Kevin Weller, Kevin, and Blackburn RSL President, Graham Hutchinson. Please put your hands together and welcome these special guests today. As part of our Anzac commemorative ceremony, I'd like to now hand over to Blackburn RSL President Graham Hutchinson, who will lead us through the ceremony. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you very much. The invitation was great, and it's a pleasure to be here today and look around and see such a wonderful sight. I hope you get a few photos before I go, because seeing you all stand with attention looks marvellous. First of all, we would like to acknowledge the Warren, the Jerry, and all the people of the Kulin Nation as the traditional custodians of the land on which we stand. We also acknowledge their elders, past, present, and future. Once again, on this Anzac Day 2022, we pause to remember our countrymen and women who served their country during the Great World Wars and the conflicts that followed thereafter. Korea, Malaysia, Vietnam, Kuwait, Iraq, Afghanistan, as well as the peacekeeping forces in Timor, Rwanda, and the Solomons. We are indebted to their sacrifice and service. And to all the young ones who bravely laid down their lives, we say, they shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. lest we forget. Thank you, everyone.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. With golden soil and wild horse won, our home is God by sea. A land abounding nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage announce Australia fair. In joyful praise and let us sing, and march Australia fair.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day here, live from Morton Park, Blackburn and South Croydon in the Anzac Day clash. We had a very moving Anzac Day ceremony just before the game starts, and always great to see people pay their respects to those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. As we're just moments away here from the start out here at Morton Park, I'm going to get tips from all of you, starting with you, Maxie.
I think I said pre-game, South Croydon by 3 goals. I think their quality is probably too much for Blackburn at the moment, but I think we will see much improved Blackburn performance today.
I'm agreeing with Max. I reckon that's going to be roughly the margin and the same team. Steve Oak?
Brett?
Yeah, snap for me. I picked South Croydon before the game, and margin-wise, around that 2 to 3 goal mark, I think we'll be somewhere around the money.
Well, I'm going to pick South Croydon and change my pick depending on who's winning the game in fourth quarter. But no, that's a BWS special.
Talking about BWS, we've learnt that he's not feeling well at the moment. Our great mate BWS, I know he's tied up and he's not really well at the moment. Mate, from the rest of us, from all the team here, mate, we hope that you're listening this afternoon. Enjoy the call and get well soon, and we really look forward to having you back on the show, on the broadcast real soon.
Absolutely.
Take care, mate.
Absolutely, mate. We hope you're back at least next week or sometime in the near future. Hope your recovery is going well. You're just going to have to put up with me and Besto today, unfortunately. But look, we're about to get set as Matt Fotia is going to be on the boundary. I'm not sure if he's in position at the moment. He had pre-game ceremony MC duties. But we'll get his take and if we've got any changes, particularly personnel or jumper changes at the last minute. But as we get set to bounce down, bringing this one in this afternoon, Brett Beston.
Thank you, Steve. Looking forward to the big Anzac Day clash. Conditions are very pleasant out here today. A little bit of breeze around, so I'm not quite sure if it's favouring either side, but Matt will bring us up to date with that as the umpire holds the ball aloft. And the siren signals to start of play. So here we go. Blackburn and South Croydon, the big Anzac Day clash. Up it goes. Big men fly home. Max King gets the first of many headouts today. The ball goes down. It's been hurried forward, though. Blackburn with an early opportunity as the ball goes to ground, to socket off the ground. Nicely picked up over there, and the kick down the line will get South Croydon with an opportunity now to come forward themselves. Mallinson gets a kick inside 50. Can he hit a target? It's a little bit, beautiful mark. Is that Cass, I think?
Yep.
Jaden Cass, great mark. Mallinson it was, I think he got the kick inside 50. And Jaden Cass, not a big man, and he was between 2 Blackburn defenders. And we just watched the replay, and you'll see what happens here. He just kind of gets in between the 2 defenders and takes the ball beautifully on his chest. And Jaden Cass will go back for the first opportunity of the game. And he's put it through by the looks. He has. So that's an early goal for South Croydon. So they must have been listening to all our pre-match predictions, and they've got off to a good start. Jaden Cass with the first, and South Croydon lead by 1 goal to no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Max, the Blackburn defence just got sucked up a little bit too far, the ball got out after a quick turnover off Paddy Lawler, and they got caught out running back, allowing too much free space. Yeah,
especially that's what South Croydon like to do, get the half forwards up the ground, allow Wilson, looks like Cass, run deep, and JD Cass just had really good positioning on Reece Conker there, so not much you can do about that positioning there.
So Dove and King did battle in the ruck. King almost got a hand to it, bit of a chaos in the centre, but kicked out now here towards the far wing area. Reed in pursuit there for the Burners. It's going to beat all comers, though, over the boundary line. I almost did a good job to keep it in. We'll have a boundary throw and run in front of the Blackburn interchange, far side of the ground, opposite the broadcast position here. Just 1 straight 6, South Croydon leading Blackburn nearly 2 minutes into the first quarter here on this Anzac Day clash. Premier Division football on EFNL Game Day. And good afternoon to wherever you are watching. Dove and King to duel it out again in the ruck. In comes the throw. Give that one to King, who had the front spot, trying to burst through there. Great tackle applied there by Nick Gray, and we'll have a ball up about 48 metres out from the South Croydon goal. As King and Dove continue their ruck duel, trying to burst through there was Williams. Players converge, picked up off the deck there by Bajaya, and he's going nowhere, and the ball is going back into the hands of the umpire. Let's cross boundary side to Matty Fotia.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Just the one jumper change that you can see. Jack Roughsedge is wearing number 12, but you shouldn't miss him. He's got the big bald dome piece.
I'll be looking for that one. As
I'm not talking about here at all today.
I don't have to worry about that yet. So another ball up now, edge of the 45. Bruce Press giving me the don't say anything. Trying to burst through here are the Bulldogs. Almost clocked out of the air by Lawler. Players swarm on the footy, and we're going to have ball up number 5 in about a minute, about 30 metres out directly in front from the South Croydon goal. And here we go again. King gets the tap over the top. Ball on the deck. No one can get a clean purchase on it. Walker with a good tackle. And we'll have another ball up just on the 45.
So the ball up fest at the moment, just as we get settled into this one, but just the one goal. South Croydon getting the early one. Up it goes again. Does King get the tap out that time? Might have done. Just the ball goes to ground, and it's Blackburn who take possession this time. Funny little handball goes out the back. It's been spilled over there. Play on, says the umpire. Shoveled out there by, I think it was Brasher, as the ball goes out into the ground, and they get it forward. So here's South Croydon going forward again. Oh, strange, terrible bounce. That's a shocker. And Carlton, that's bad luck for Blackburn. Even though they got caught out in defence here, the bounce was pretty ordinary, and Carlton just picked it up. Or Charlton? We'll say Charlton, perhaps. And Charlton's put it through. Just watch this, and the bounce just wasn't favouring at all. And Charlton just a simple tap into the open goal. And second goal of the day for South Croydon.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate bounce there for the Blackburn defence, but I think Marcus Bazaglo makes it be really happy with the tackling pressure in that forward 50 in that little foray there.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like South Croydon's half forwards are all coming up to the stoppage there, especially coming their half forward line, allowing the mids to sit back behind the footy.
For Charlton's second goal of the season and second goal here for the South Croydon. Getting tackled there was Luke Conker out of the middle. We'll have a ball up just to the right of the centre circle. Dove and King continue their duel. Ball on the deck. Dove picked up his knock and pumped it into the forward 45. Sitting underneath it. And a mark taken. Just trying to see who that was.
That's Big Brooks. Jack Brooks. A really
Jack
good
Brooks. Yep.
Really good body work there from Brooksy really early on. Was it Klep? Klep, I think, is a bit smaller than him. So his ability to get the drop of the ball, have a drop of the ball there, mark it pretty cleanly.
So Brooks had one last week against Baldwin. Already off to a start here on the score sheet. He's lining up from about 35 out. Slight angle. His kick is straight as an arrow. That's the first for the Burners this afternoon. Second of the season there for Brooks. And it's two straight 12. South Croydon leading Blackburn 1-6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 5 minutes played in the first quarter, gents.
Basically, Paddy Klepp, he was already 5 metres behind Jack Brooks. There was just no way known that he was ever going to get into the contest once Brooks had that advantage.
Let's cross boundary side of Matty Fotia.
Yeah, and then a jumper change for South Croydon, or actually a late inclusion. Nick Evans is out there wearing the number 91. He's wearing brand new purple boots.
Can't miss him.
So a bit of a fashion show this afternoon as we go set again here. 3 goals kicked in this one, 2 to South Croydon, 1 to the Burners. Trying to get the handball out there was Jaden Cass. It's pumped up now here by the Burners in towards the half-forward flank going out over the boundary line, boundary throw-in.
So, good start by South Croydon, but Blackburn striking back with a much-needed goal. And it's 2 playing 6 at the moment, 2 playing 1 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As we get the wait for the throw-in on the far side of the ground. Bright sunshine here today, perfect conditions for footy. A little bit of light breeze, but nothing of really any consequence. And we're taking an absolute age to get the ball in, but finally it does come in. It's Dove who tries to work his way to the front spot, but King again. Now there's a snap at goal. How does it look? It's bouncing awkwardly. It's just been touched on the line. It's been taken in over there. Will he get it out? No, they won't, and they'll have a ball up in a particularly dangerous area. I thought for a minute that was going to bounce through, but someone diving on it over there. Looks like it was Garner, I think. For Blackburn. Up it goes again. Now the ball is on the ground. Trying to get it was Jones. Couldn't do so. Spinning out of there, trying to get a kick away. It's a little bit untidy at the moment, and that's going to miss everything, and it's going to go out of bounds on the full. So we'll have a free kick and a relieving free kick for South Croydon, which Snick will take. A little short one back inside, finds Jones, and they come out of defence.
So Evans straight into the action. With the pink footwear, as eloquently described. Lost a cherry in the process, got tackled, and that's going to be holding it, failed to dispose of the footy, really. And we're going to have a free kick here to the Burners, right on 45, slight angle. And Charlie Oglethorpe, going to call him Ogie in front of that, in honour of the Slapshot, best hockey movie ever in the 1970s, Ogie Oglethorpe. Let's see if that one sticks for the rest of the... You need to go watch that movie with Paul Newman. Paul Newman's best movie ever. Anyway, 19th, Oglethorpe going to line up probably on a slight 20-degree angle. He'll kick from just over the 45. And this for potentially Blackburn second. And he comes off the right. It's got the carry. Might just fall short in the goal square. Yes, it does. And it's touched.
To goal.
To goal. Oh, it's given a goal. Okay. I stand corrected. Scores level. Blackburn 2 straight 12. South Croydon 2 straight 12. 8 minutes played. Oglethorpe has kicked the second of the afternoon for the Burners.
Last week, Blackburn weren't getting any reward for effort. This week so far, 3 inside 50s for 2 goals. And so very much the fortunes have changed for them in this game so far.
Just quickly, Matty, if you're listening down there, how's that breeze? It seems to be sort of gusting a little bit. It's not bad, but there's a little bit of breeze down there.
Yeah, it's in and out. I wouldn't say it's advantage to either side. It's pretty random, and I don't think if there is one, you could use it with any sort of purpose.
It's a zephyr.
It's a zephyr. Blackburn go forward again. It was I think it was Oglethorpe who tried to grab the footing, and it's on the ground, and the umpire says well of a ball up. And good start, good comeback this by Blackburn. They were a bit slow to get out of the blocks, but they've really taken the last sort of 5 minutes under their control as the ball goes up. And it's Max King who gets the head out this time. Comes out, and it's only going to come out as far as the number 19 over there. That's Burt for South Croydon, close to the boundary line. And it's well and truly wrapped up in there. Doubt that it's going to come out. And the umpire eventually blows the whistle. And we'll have a stoppage. So 2 goals apiece. Nice open start to this one.
Just as South Croydon did, Max, Blackburn are working equally as hard to keep that ball in their forward 50.
Yeah, exactly right. I think forward 50 pressure is really key, especially now in this footy day and age. So Charlie Oglethorpe started off really well.
So they get it forward South Croydon, only to about sort of half centre wing. And the mark is taken over there, but there was a whistle from somewhere. And what's the call? A non-officiating umpire's found a Blackburn free kick. So that's a little bit of a killer for you as Hubbard takes the ball. They spread it across half-back, so Blackburn just trying to work their way forward. Patterson now on the left foot, goes down the line. Nice kick. Good safe play. Murphy, is he going to bomb it long, or is he just going to try and set someone up down the line? He decides to go down the line, and he picks a target out beautifully. This is good play by Blackburn. Working it forward. It's Bathy over there. I think it's Bathy. Yep,
yeah,
number 39. Bathy. Is he going to go for home, or is he just going to try and sells a bit of candy and run straight around Kilpatrick? And now he's going to go for goal. How does it look? Not going to have the legs. And the mark it's been taken over there. Oh, it's gone through.
No, it's taken mark.
No, he's taken the mark. Couldn't quite see, but
Garner
it is. Good play by Bathy. It looked like he was going to have a crack, but then he sold a bit of candy, got it into the square, and that's a terrific mark taken over there by Garner. There was plenty of South Croydon players there, but he just plucked it out of the air. And we'll go back for a near certain goal, you would think, to put Blackburn in front for the first time today. And he makes no mistake. This is really impressive stuff by Blackburn. They get their third of the afternoon and they lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard 3 straight, playing 2 straights.
Yeah, we saw Blackburn's ability to switch the footy there from a free kick, opens the ground up. Bathy on the half-forward flank brings Dale Walker out of the defensive 50. Getting along to Will Garner. Looks like he's got a mismatch on a small opponent. Takes a really nice contested mark for his first goal at senior level football here.
So 5 goals in the first 10 minutes. The Burners obviously hearing our pre-game predictions and out of spite have taken the lead. Still 3 quarters to go.
What do we know?
As the tap comes down there from King, trying to run onto it there was Jordan Walker. It's pumped in towards the forward 45 now here for South Croydon, beating all comers to the footy. I think was Allen. It's kicked up now in towards the half-forward flank. Couldn't take it there, could Cooper for the Bulldogs, and it's handballed over the top in front of the South Croydon bench. Manages to stay just on this side of the line, but eventually taken over there by Matty Day, and we'll have a boundary throw-in. So 11 and a half minutes played here at Morton Park. Blackburn 3 straight 18, leading South Croydon 2 straight 12. A lot more accurate than our Saturday fixture with Doncaster East. In comes the throw. King knocks this one down. Players scramble. Trying to harvest the footy there was Jones. In over the top as his opposite number, Sammy Hard, was there as well, and we'll have another ball up.
Yeah, South Croydon really do. They do have a clear winner in Max King in the ruck at this stage.
Rucks go at it again and give that one back to King. South Croydon pick this one up off the draw and pump it in towards the forward line. Target there was Wilson, and that's going to bounce over the boundary line in hot pursuit. There was James Pell, and they'll have a boundary throw in forward pocket here for the South Croydon Football Club. Right in front of the brand new or renovated change rooms here out at Morton Park. As in comes the boundary throw to do the ruck. There is Michael Dunn for the Burners. He wins the tap there over Charlton, who's got the 1 goal this afternoon. Great tackle there from Walker, but not going to win a free, and we're going to have a ball up. 12 and a half minutes played in the first quarter. If you're just tuning in here on Radio Eastern 98.1 or SEN, the SEN app. And that's going to end up on the deck. And I'm getting the look of death there from Bruce Press because we're not on Radio Eastern this afternoon. So all you YouTube and Facebook listeners, just scratch that one from the record there, Bruce. That's what we pay you for. As here comes the tap now from South Croydon, trying to get that one off the deck. There was Mallison, couldn't get the footy. It's pumped out now here by the Burners through Reese Conker. His kick was partially smothered, couldn't keep it in there, could Matty Bartlett. I think we've got a free kick happening, haven't we? Let's go down to Matty Fotia.
Yeah, so both sides playing man-on-man. There's no loose players behind the footy, especially when it was in that South Croydon four-line, which is probably the opposite of what we saw on Good Friday, where Baldwin always had a kick down the line.
So they throw in his Dove against King. Dove might have got that one. He knocks it down. I think it's Murphy with the footy. Got a good little handball away to Reed. Reed turns around and smacks it forward. It's in the hands now of Layla. So here's a chance for Blackburn to come forward. Sells a bit of candy, does Layla. Now he goes inside 50. Can they get on the end of it? It was Garner again. He's already got a goal to his credit today. And it's wrapped up over there. And we'll have a ball up. Boys, just a question without notice with King dominating in the rucks today. Not necessarily, though, translating into clearances, is it, for South Croydon?
No, I think both sides, Brett, are getting 50-50 value out of that lineup.
So, ball pops out. I think it's Williams over there. Whistle's gone. And it's going to be a free kick to South Croydon. So here's a chance of them now to launch something. They really need to get themselves back into this game. They've just gone completely to sleep since the early stages, but they're taking an absolute age to get rid of it. It's Hardstaff, I think, who gets the kick down the line. Beautiful mark over there by Max King. He's having a terrific start to this game.
Whoa.
He gets a funny old kick forward. Though, having said that, I put the Moz on him because he kicked it straight back to Blackburn, and they'll have a chance now to rebound. Just taking their time. It's Patterson with the ball. Patterson goes down the line, and what mark is taken? That's Day. Now Day, can he go inside 50? Can he hit a target? Now a beautiful kick. That is superbly done, and the mark is taken by Lawler. Lawler now goes inside, just goes a little shorter, and the mark is taken there by Gray. And Gray will go back and line. That was a bit too easy for Blackburn. The spare players are just lurking around.
The difference between Blackburn of round 1 and Blackburn of round 2 is, they're winning the ball, but they're showing a bit more poise when they're getting their hands on the ball and not banging away and hoping.
So Gray, let's see how his kicking is. He strikes it okay. Looks to be heading off. In fact, it's a bit short in the end.
Goal. That's a goal.
Let's just wait for the umpire.
Oh, they're having a conversation
Surely
here, I think.
It looked like there was plenty of touches before that got to the line. It was a bit hard to tell. Let's just watch the replay. And up they go. Certainly off a...
He's called a goal.
Yep, he's called it.
He's called the goal. Well, that's unbelievable. I could have absolutely sworn that was touched on the line, but we'll give it. So that's
boundary.
the Gray, the goal, as we go boundary side with Matt Fotia. Matt, how did you see it?
Yeah, no, I think that one, he definitely walked straight to the middle of the goal. So his first instinct was a goal, and unfortunately we don't have the arc. So you've got to go with the goal umpire there. Just following on from Brasher's point, yeah, Blackburn are using the corridor more and a bit more presence, but their work rate's up. So both defensively, they're getting back quicker. So South Croydon can't just switch the play like Baldwin did with these. And then also it's working hard to actually spread from when they do get the ball. And that's how they found an easier option inside forward 50 there in Gray rather than last week where it was kick it long and hope.
So that's Gray's third goal of the season. Had 2 last weekend. In comes the tap now. King swats that one up, but it's grabbed here by the Bulldogs, and they look to pump this one inside the forward 50. As this one goes over the head there of Allen, and he's bundled over the boundary line. His appeals for deliberate. No, it's not going to be paid, and we're going to have a boundary throw in forward pocket here for the Bulldogs. 16 and a half played, 4 straight 24. Blackburn leading South Croydon 2 straight 12. If you're just tuning in, King and Dove to go head-to-head yet again in the ruck duel. Great crowd in here this afternoon. As King wins that one in front yet again. It's picked up now here by the Burners, and they look to clear their defensive 45. It's a foot race of sorts, and that's come off. I don't think that was on the full, but Dale Walker just couldn't take that one. Well, he's paid it. So Matty Bartlett's going to take the free kick right in front of our commentary position. His chip kick goes in short, and by hands is Lawler. Goes over the top. Bathy looking for it. Was about a metre or 2 in front of him. Can't grab it off the deck. Oglethorpe's got it. He pumps it by hand. Was almost intercepted there by Jaden Cass. Players battle it out on the deck, the edge of the centre square. Umpire's paid a free. That's going to go in the direction of Braden Kilpatrick. And he's going to get a free kick. I think it was in the back. And he just decides to switch it out wide, and South Croydon will look to build from the back. This is Evans now, the late inclusion, kicked in towards the half-forward flank now. But it's all Burners And a bit of a wasted opportunity there for South Croydon. 17.5 gone as the
Boundary.
shot is on shore. Let's go down to Matty Fotia.
Yeah, in regards to that win, it's as Brasher said, it is his effort, but if anything, it is favouring Blackburn a little bit. You just saw that kick from Evans hold up a little bit before it got to Wilson and allowed Conker to come back and mark it.
So here's the kick from the Burners up and towards the half-forward line. Plenty of Bulldogs flying. None of them can drag it down, and getting dragged to the deck there, I think, was Matty Jones. And the umpires played that one for high. So they'll get a free kick into the centre of the ground. Cass takes the mark, plays on quickly, goes by hand now to Walker, his one numerical superior. His kick is going to travel over the boundary line. Couldn't get it there, could Zalek, and we're going to have a boundary throw in.
South Croydon keep missing targets in their forward 50, Max.
Yeah, I think Blackburn's pressure is really it's quite high at the moment. You know, they're attacking the guy with the footy and coming up with the guy at the footy as well. So it's putting South Croydon under pressure a lot.
So ball comes in. It might have been Garner who got to the front spot that time. Now here's Blackburn in possession as they try and get it. It's Conker who spreads it, trying to find some open spaces in the middle of the ground that he does all right too. Little handball over the top. Here they come again. There's the kick forward by Bartlett. Inside 50, but it's going to be picked up there by, I think it's Walker for South Croydon. It's a nice kick out, the mark taken there by Cox. And Cox will get up. A bit of pushing and shoving as Cox gets rid of it now. Let's see if he can hit a target. That's a very good mark taken there by Kilpatrick. Got a bit of a shove as he took it, but he's taken a good mark. But again, really slow with the delivery. Now he goes forward. It's a terrible kick. Might still work out there. It's been socketed out of the danger area for the moment. On the ground. Little handball out there. Here's the shot for goal. Towards the goal. Brilliant mark taken there. Is that going to be paid or is it a free kick? No, the whistle's gone. It was taken there by Allen, but there was a free kick already paid. So mark taken and Patterson brings it out for Blackburn.
So the Burners now pump it out through Reed. He goes in short. And as we approach time on here in the first quarter, 12 points the margin. Blackburn 12 points over South Croydon. Here's the kick in towards the centre of the ground. Couldn't take that cleanly there, could Charlton. He's already got one this afternoon. Laying the tackle there was Jones for the Bulldogs as players pile on, and we'll have a ball up on centre wing, far side of the ground in front of the Blackburn interchange. As we are into time on now in this first quarter. Eastern Football Netball League, end of round number 2, final game after 4 days of footy, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast. Here comes the throw. Charlton to do the rucking. It evades both ruckmen. Tapped over the top. Trying to grab that one out now is Roughedge. He kicks this one up and towards the half-forward line. One-on-one contest. Or did Bathy to drag that one in against Walker. And he grabs the mark. Plenty on offer. Just decides to chip this one over the top and goes to the safe hands of Paddy Lawler. He surveys the scene upfield, looking for options himself. Probably too far out to have a ping. Kicks this one in short. And a great mark taken there by Xavier Murphy. And he's right on the boundary line, and he'll kick from about 40 out. That's if he doesn't decide to go short.
Which he does.
Which he will. And he does indeed. He kicks his centre of the ground. Intelligent footy. Don't listen to me. That's Nick Gray. Already got one this afternoon. And he's going to line up for potentially his second.
Don't listen to me either. I was watching the replay.
Really good work from Blackburn here to lower their eyes and acknowledge the target coming at them. So instead of bombing it long like they did against Bourne last week to a 2-on-1, 3-on-2, they've lowered their eyes, hit the easy target. It's allowed for a shot on goal here.
So Gray already has one this afternoon. Looking for goal number 2. On the right, bit of a mongrel of a kick. But it doesn't matter because it's gone straight through. And Nick Gray has his second of the afternoon. That's Blackburn's 5th. They move to 5 straight 30 over South Croydon. 2 straight 12, 21.5 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, gents.
I think Marcus Zaglo will be addressing that at quarter time. There's too many of the Blackburn forwards are getting too much uncontested football, Brett, in their forward 50, and they're not manning up enough.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, on that occasion, there was about 2 or 3 kicks just went to players standing there with no one on them.
So that's not the first time it's happened. At least 3 times already in this, and resulted in 3 goals.
So back in the middle, I'd like to officially change my tip this afternoon as the ball goes up.
That's why I put the asterisk on it.
From Charlton out to the hands here of Blackburn as they get a handball forward. It goes loose, so, and here's Blackburn again. The shot at goal from Gray. He won't go to goal because he hasn't quite got enough of it, but the mark is taken back there, and South Croydon will be able to rebound. We've had, 22.5 minutes in this first quarter. Now the kick out towards the wing. Nice mark taken over there by Charlton. Taking a bit of time to get rid of it. South Croydon. They've started off okay, but it's been all Blackburn really since. That's a kick out, and there's a free kick here out on this wing side, and it'll be going the way of Satsis, or Dunn, I think it is. Another good mark taken over there. So Blackburn, you can just say they really have their confidence up, and it's Lawler now with the football. They're playing with bags of it as the kick goes inside, but it's a nice mark taken back there, done by Walker. And here's South Croydon with an opportunity to rebound. How they'd love a goal before quarter time. It's been knocked straight into the hands there of Sheridan.
Fantastic tap.
Calls are playing holding the ball, but the umpire says play on. Now it's King, tries to wheel around onto the right. He snaps at goal. I think it is off target. It is just drifting out to the right there. Seemed to have so much time there. I think he was thought he was tackled for a moment, but he played on, and in the end just missing to the right.
Probably should have been rewarded there, the Blackburn player. That was a brilliant tackle then. I think you've got to pay those.
So first behind of the afternoon comes 23 minutes into the first quarter. Here's the short kick on. Bathy takes the mark rather comfortably on the halfback flank now here for the Burners. Goes in short in kind. Mark taken there by Murphy. Umpire goes down in front of us. And told to play on there is Murphy. Gets the Shepherd, kicks it up now in towards the centre wing area. 2v1 Croydon. And the mark is paid. Let's go down to Matty Fotia, boundary side.
That's the first time today South Croydon have forced Blackburn to go down the line when they didn't want to, and they've been able to intercept. Other than that, Blackburn have, able, as Max said, honoured the hit-ups and picked guys off.
So here's Matty Jones now with the footy. Kicks it out towards a contest, and getting the better of said contest was Luke Conker. Ball goes to the deck. Players pile in, trying to burst through now. Here are the Burners, and we've got a free kick, high tackle. South Croydon with the free kick advantage played. And no, it's not. And jumped the gun and Kilpatrick played on, and it's going to come back to the centre square.
Can't do that.
So it shouldn't be too much longer in this quarter. Pretty free-flowing game of footy so far.
I reckon around 27, I think.
Yeah, 26-27, I'd say. Here's a short kick. Evans there in the boots. Matty's got his eye on those after the game. I'm sure he'll be auctioning those off. Five straight 30, plays 2-1-13. South Croydon trailing. Here's the kick, one-on-one contest. Couldn't win it, could Mallison. Ball popped up in over the boundary line. Did well to keep it in there, did Jones. Goes by hand, taken to ground there, Mallison, and over the boundary line she goes. Boundary throw it.
Once again, Max, good tackling pressure by that defence in Blackburn's defence.
Yeah, correct. Every time South Croydon's got the ball, there's 2-3 Blackburn players that are just swarming him.
So Dove back into the ruck against King. Here comes the throw. Give Dove that one. Tap down. Conker couldn't take it cleanly. It's popped up now here by South Croydon into open space. Trying to run onto that was Sheridan. He couldn't get it. It was kicked out there beautifully by Zalik, and it goes towards the boundary line. He gained about 25 metres there as Matty Day couldn't grab it in, and we'll have a boundary throw.
Another player that's getting a lot more involved in the contest this week is Luke Conker.
Yeah, he's been good, Luke Conker, early as the umpire gets ready to throw it in on the far side. The last thing South Croydon wanted to concede another goal before half-time. Working his way to the front spot there was Garner, did well. Knocked down, tries to get a kick and gets a funny old kick in the end, and it's been marked over there by a South Croydon player. I can't see what it is because he's got about 20 Blackburn players on top of him.
Cox.
It's Cox. And we'll have the umpire to throw it up. Up it goes. And there's the head out there for
ruck infringement,
Charlton, but a ruck infringement, so free kick. South Croydon, we've had 26 minutes gone, so as we said, it won't be a long quarter, this one, you wouldn't think so.
Great mark.
Beautiful mark in the middle of the ground there by Satsis. Now here's Blackburn going across half-back. Nice little kick, finds Bartlett. Matthew Bartlett down the line. Up they go. Schnick it was there for South Croydon, had it for a moment, but then lost it. Nice work by Walker off the ground. Nicely picked up Dano King. Can't miss him with those long sleeves as the ball gets kicked forward, but that's a shocking kick. And it's been picked off there by Patterson for Blackburn. But that's also a shocking kick into the middle of the ground, and no one in particular trying to get done was there, trying to make it look better than it was. But it's back in the hands of South Croydon, and they work it out. They'll kick out these Dano King. Second touch for him in about 30 seconds. But a terrible kick. Some of the kicking efficiency is very ordinary in this first quarter.
High tackle.
And a high tackle on Patterson, and Blackburn will have a free kick.
There was just 2 times there from Bartlett and Patterson where they needed to hit targets going forward. Costly turnovers, South Croydon just didn't capitalise on them.
Nope, they did not.
So, just waiting for the kick in now from Bartlett. Gets the little chip across in the hands of Bajaga. Bajaga goes forward, hits the target. Yes, he does. So Blackburn, this will be a real killer blow for South Croydon right on quarter time. And just once again, just too easy, just no marking there. And the man getting loose for Blackburn just getting away from his opposite number. Got a bit of a push as well. As the siren goes, and it's going to be Bartlett who's going to go back and line them up. And this will be a massive killer blow. This will take it out to a fairly handy advantage before quarter time at least.
Yeah, 23 points if he happens to get this, Matty Bartlett. It's not going to be an easy shot. But as I said early in the quarter, the South Croydon backline are giving the Blackburn forwards too much time, too much space.
So we'll see how he goes. That wind just really feels quite tricky out there. Maybe it's just us, but Bartlett comes in and he will strike it okay, but it's heading towards the right, and it's going to go through for a minor score. So Liam Bartlett can't put the icing on the cake, and the quarter time siren has sounded. So a pretty interesting first quarter. South Croydon started okay, but it's Blackburn who have come back and they lead at the first break of the day, 5-1-31 to 2-1-13. Some quick thoughts.
Yep, go quickly. Goal kickers before we go to the break. 2 for Nick Gray, Oglethorpe with 1, Brooks with 1, and Garner with 1. And Jaden Cass with 1, and Charlton with 1 for the Bulldogs. We'll be back just after this with the second quarter of play.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day here on the SEN App and YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are listening. It's Blackburn, 5-1-31, leading South Croydon 2-1-13 out here at Morton Park on our Anzac Day clash. Great game of footy so far, very free-flowing, fast-paced game. Gentlemen, we'll start with you, Brash. Your thoughts on that first quarter?
Well, it was all Blackburn, basically tackling pressure defensively and in offence was exceptionally well. They were creating turnovers. Their forward line was lively. They managed to maintain possession for the majority of the quarter. Every time South Croydon got the ball, they were just kicking into no man's land. I thought that their defensive backs were giving far too much latitude to the Blackburn forwards. They were caught behind, and Blackburn, the height of Blackburn's forwards and the accurate kicking so far has set Blackburn in good stead and given them a good opening start, Max.
Yeah, I agree. I think the ability of Blackburn to hit the targets coming out of the back line and making the ground big, so they're pretty much playing how South Croydon wanted to play. So every time Blackburn's getting the ball, they're looking to switch, they're hitting the targets up, and then they're making the South Croydon defend, which is making the ability to turn that into scoreboard pressure, which is, I think they're 5 goals won. It just makes a massive difference. They could be 2 goals 3, but they've had their kicking boots on today.
Rucking duel, pretty interesting so far. How do we see Cole Dove going up against Max King?
Well, I think King's got the point so far, but in terms of pure ruck work. But I think both sides are actually benefiting from Max King's ruck work, and it just depends on where Max is hitting the ball to where either a South Croydon or a Blackburn plays. Let's go down to Matty.
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Down here with Brendan Allen. Brendan, last week, the 3 things that were missing were probably speed, work rate and pressure, and this week it's up by about 1,000%.
Amazing what a week in footy does, isn't it? But no, we needed a response on the back of last week. We had a really good review, and look, I mean, it's only a quarter of footy, but things look a lot better and back to where we should have been last week.
Interesting, and you were talking about, just in the huddle there, about using the switch more often and the double switch. And then also the fact that South Croydon, and something I noticed as well, was sitting really deep, which meant you were able to hit up at the ball. And with a pretty small or young forward on, that's a good thing for you guys.
Correct, and it looks like we're stretching them a little bit up front. We've got some taller timber in this week, and we're getting contests down the line. So we keep presenting the kicker, but if we need to, we've got that bailout kick as well. So it's good.
So far, so good, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, Matty. And now going to over to the South Croydon huddle, because I know you were in 2 places at once. No, just kidding. He's all by himself this afternoon, so always a tough...
I can make it up if you want.
Oh, excellent. Let's do it. I did it on Saturday.
There were a few somber faces walking off. I can only assume that they'll want to just take a deep breath. The way they were playing was very frantic. Like you said, those last 2 minutes, Dano King not uncharacteristic to have 3 kicks in 2 minutes, but uncharacteristic that none of them hit a target. And then also, even as Brendan alluded to there, like, it's surprised them how far South Croydon are folding back. I think that's a transition from playing at Edward and Flack last week, big ground, where you probably have so much room to sort of zone deep. Whereas this week, small ground, if you're just all going to sit in the goal square, as we've seen, Blackburn are hitting up at the footy. So I suspect South Croydon will come out with maybe a higher press and just some energy.
Independent fact checkers have found that to be true there, Matty. But
thanks,
you're
right.
right.
Get a job in government like that.
Don't worry, it's not that hard from my experience. All right, to bring us in this second quarter, Brett Beston.
I'd vote for you, Matty, as we get set for the umpire. Even without knowing your policies. As the umpire gets set to throw us back up, what has South Croydon got? They'll need to respond, and they'll need to do it pretty quickly as the ball goes up, and the up goes Max King. But it might have been won by Blackburn. It has been, but the clearance, as we said before, headouts don't necessarily go into clearances. Evans gets it forward for South Croydon, but they need to get someone on the end of it, and they have. So here's an early opportunity. Mark taken by Sheridan. And, in fact, we got the... Let's watch it again.
Yeah, Sheridan, 28.
Sheridan, yep. As the ball goes inside. So this would be the perfect start for the second half, or second quarter, should I say.
Inside left goal post here.
So it's better from South Croydon. They've still got a bit of work to do. Here's the kick, but it's probably not going to come back. It was too far out to the left. Brasher said inside left, but it was more outside the left post, and it's gone through for a minor score. And South Croydon with the first score of the second quarter, it's a behind, and they trail by 17.
So hard to bring the footy back in for the Burners as we approach the first minute of play. Here's the short on kick. Look, target there, well taken there by Zalek. And he's sitting on the inside of the 45-metre line, told to play on quickly. Goes in short. Oglethorpe, the target, takes it about 15 metres from where it came from. Surveying the scene upfield, not much on offer. Pretty tight man-on-man here on the centre wing. He puts it up high. I think he's looking for King. Swatted down. On the boot, there goes Dove in towards the forward 45. It's going to bounce nicely here. Great tackle applied there by Day. Footy pops up. Comes up now, hit a Rough's Edge. Dispossessed. Trying to grab that one. There was Gray out of midair. Rough's Edge gets it back. Pumps it back. Now hit a Hart. Puts the shot on. And he's kicked it. That's a contender for Tobin Brothers. Goal of the day. Sammy Hart has the 6th of the afternoon for the Burners. 6-1-37. They lead South Croydon 2-2-14 We've played 2 minutes here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He's making your number look good there, Maxie.
Yeah, it does look good kicking goals instead of being down the other end. But Blackburn's pressure there, just the ability to put their South Croydon under pressure. South Croydon, every time they get the footy, they're thinking, where's another tackle coming from? So, this game could get blown out pretty quickly if South Croydon can't do something here.
They need to do something very quickly because they're just not getting any clear possession whatsoever around the ground.
So South Croydon's good start to the second quarter, largely wiped out as the ball goes to ground. It's Blackburn that win it, though, and they get it out wide. Good mark taken over there by Layla. He's been pretty good, Layla. He's been quite prominent. Just looking to get it forward now. That margin currently at a dangerous 23 points. Out wide they go. Nice mark taken out there. Little handball over the top. Good play by it's Reed now. Goes inboard. Nice kick. Just very deliberate. Finds Bartlett. Bartlett onto the right boot. And goes long. Tries to hit a target. He's given it a bit. And what's the whistle here? It's been taken by South Croydon. Yeah. So good work by them and Kilpatrick as South Croydon look to rebound. And they do so. And will kick out wide. Nicely taken there on the run was Jones. Probably needs to get into the game a bit more. Matt Jones, good player, but hasn't done much this afternoon. It's a kick forward. This is better from South Croydon. This is the key kick, though, the one that goes inside 50. And it's been spoiled on the ground. It's in contest, though. Dano King trying to dive on it there. Did he get scragged? No, the umpire said play on. And it's Blackburn who get it away, and they rebound.
Here comes the kick. A foot race now. And it's going to beat all comers over. Day couldn't grab it for the Burners. There's 2 for 22s, both 22s. Tommy Shink and Matty Day collide.
Good hands there by Bajaya to get the turnover there.
Probably not the kick that Cass wants to hit to a 2-on-1.
No.
Right to the square there, so he probably needs to go deeper.
So in comes the boundary throw. Give that one there to Dove. Just got the right paw on it. Tried to pop that one out there looking for Lawler, but it's going to go back the other way by South Croydon. But 1v3 mark there. Well done. Good mark taken by Chris Suddas. His kick, he switches the play in towards the centre of the ground. There's Patterson. He switches it out towards the wing. It's going to beat him. His target, though. Liam Cox first to get it for Croydon. Tackled, dispossessed. As the hand pass comes out over the top. We're going to have a whistle, though, as Mallison was looking to run onto the footy. And we've got a free kick going the way of South Croydon. As they're about 80 from home. Mallison now, he switches the play. Intended target, well, just short there, looking for Kilpatrick, but it's chopped off. And the Burners will look to pounce as they switch it out wide now. On offer, just out here is Jason Reed all by himself, but elects to go further out now here, trying to go for Brooks. Couldn't take the mark, goes to the ground, manages to keep it inside. Well done there by Brooks. Shink drives on the footy, and, lucky not to give away a free, I thought, but we're going to have a ball up.
Well, actually dived under the South Croydon's arm there, Steve, so that's why the free kick wasn't paid.
So up it goes. Tap out comes the way of Blackburn, but it's Rove nicely there by Walker. He thumps it onto the right boot into that forward pocket. Over there, I think it's Charlton who tried to get hands on it. And it's across the face of goal. This is a bit dangerous, but it's gone out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in, so South Croydon get forward.
That was almost a kick in hope there by Cash, hoping that someone was going to run onto the ball, hoping someone was going to run into a goal.
Yeah, that South Croydon haven't had any clean inside 50 entries here, so it makes it hard for the forwards to be able to present at the footy as well.
So let's wait for the throw in. There it goes. Goes right over the top. Just round the back, nicely picked up there by Sheridan, and he gets a handball back. That's King juggling with it, trying to get it under control, but he can't do so, and in the end it's wrapped up.
Boundary.
And we'll go boundary with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, so notably already South Croydon pressing a whole lot higher up the ground when they've got possession there full harder. And Ryan Bathy's got an interesting matchup. He's got about 1.5 metres on Pat Klepp here, just on the half-forward flank. So if they get a breakaway, Blackburn, he could be in the game.
Another hit out for Max King, and the shot at goal, but it's gone through to the right. So opportunities are presenting themselves for South Croydon, but just not taking them. But they get it behind, and they trail by 22. It is currently 6-1-37, playing 2-3-15 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Blackburn looking to break out of their defensive 45, and all making a meal of that there was Conker, but it's touched and gone over the line for a minor score, and that's just going to add 1 to the scoreline. So it's 2-4-16, for South Croydon. Blackburn still 6-1-37. We've played 6.5 out here at Morton Park. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you are tuning in from. As Conker going to bring the footy back in now here for the Burners. Takes off, puts it onto the right boot. One-on-one contest. Taller target there was Garner. Went over his head. Picked up off the deck there by Burt for South Croydon. Slick little chip pass there. Finds Williams. And trying to... Well, I didn't see all of that play. But anyway, on running, bursting through there was Klepp. His kick in towards the target, but it's chopped off. Well read there by Zardes. And he puts it onto the right, swings it out wide now. Mark taken out the back there. I think that's Bajaya. 7 minutes gone.
Done some nice things early, Bajaya.
Short chip pass. Finds a target there in Nick Gray. More goals than anyone else so far this afternoon. Pretty deep back down the ground, and he chips it back in. And the switch comes back out now here. Finding the target there is Reece Conker. Puts it onto the right boot. Burners switching all the way across. Jason Reid calling for the footy here down on centre wing before South Croydon players converge and soak up all the options. Garner, 1v2, great mark. Well done there by Will Gardner. He puts it onto the left, switches it in. It was a little bit short. Trying to get that off the deck there was Dove, did well, and then spilled it in the end. Garner with a second effort, goes in hard. Met solidly by a couple of Croydon players, but great job there from Will Garner. But just that delivery there was just a little bit short. Just go down to Matty Fotia.
Yeah, Blackburn got away. South Croydon, got away with on there because the two Blackburn, I think, and Matt Day and then Jack Brooks were about 50 metres in the clear inside forward 50. If they'd executed that switch better, they were walking into an open goal.
So the ball comes in. It's been won by Dove for Blackburn into the clinches again. Boys, is it just me or Garner could possibly pass for a Clayton Oliver lookalike? I reckon he's got a bit of Clayton Oliver. He's a bit taller, but just with the hair.
He's got a Vanderhaar mullet, I'll give you that.
So ball goes into the tight stuff. There's Bajega again, who gets it out. He's had a good game so far as the ball goes forward. It's been juggled by the man. We were just talking about appeals for a free kick, but the umpires had nothing doing. Might have had a case, I reckon, as the ball goes across to the far side. And there's some pretty annoyed Blackburn supporters. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened here. Well, I think
Mark.
Play's still going.
I think the free kick might have been what they were appealing for. As the ball goes out wide. So, ball knocked out.
I hope the umpires noticed too.
South Croydon have just gone end to end. And you guys talking about a mark that wasn't paid.
So you look at this replay 3 minutes ago, and that's. I'm just kidding, Beston.
Righto, boys.
Settle down. Touch gloves. Go back to your corners.
Wilson gets into the game for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, this would be his first shot at goal, I think, is James Wilson, prolific goal kicker. He knows where the big sticks are, and he has a whistle as he kicks it.
25, I think.
25 metres.
Yeah.
And this will make it a lot easier. I'm not sure what it was for. Maybe Matt saw.
I think it was over the mark, yeah.
I believe it was frustration from players, which, as we know,
it's called dissent.
Yes, that was. I was alluding to a Brash wordsmith.
So an absolute gimme now for James Wilson as he pops it through. It's his first of the day and much needed for South Croydon. They reduced the margin somewhat, but they're still trailing by 6-1-37 to 3-4-22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're coming up to the 10-minute mark of the second quarter.
That hurts Blackburn there. They had to play for the last 5 minutes, and to cough up a goal there, allow South Croydon to get back into the game.
Just going to say, Matty, Brash does have the thesaurus open in front of him here.
He's always been like that.
Even without the computer. Anyway. No, we love you, Brash. All right. Ball up here. 6-1-37 plays 3-4-22. Anzac Day clash out here at Morton Park. Blackburn, King and Dove to go at it in the ruck. Give that one to King by hand. Goes to his namesake in King. Is the kick in towards half forward over the top. Good spoil. Foot race of sorts now. Onto it first is Danny Cooper. Goes back now here to Williams. He goes by hand. Back to Klepp. Can't take it. Met solidly. Good tackle there. Double teamed. And Day, one of the tacklers. And Hubber, the other one. And we're going to have a ball up here on centre wing.
They butchered an inside 50 there, South Croydon.
So ball up again. Give that tap there to Dove. Tries to take his own. And looks like it got one up high, I thought. But not in the opinion of the umpire. We'll have another ball up. So as the sun disappears behind the clouds, gets a little bit cooler out here after a nice afternoon. There's King with a tap, trying to grab that. One was Jordan Walker. Just bubbled it up. Rough's edge goes in. Still on this side of the line. I thought it was a bit rough, but I'm sure the umpire had a better view of it. And we'll have a boundary throw in front of the scoreboard side. 11.5 minutes played. 6-1-37. South Croydon trailing 3-4-22. Rucks go at it again. Evades both of them. Put on the boot there by Walker in towards the forward line, but only gain of about 10 metres before it ends up in the hands of Blackburn. Here's the kick out towards the wing. And plenty of options if they hurry the Burners, but they're all swallowed up now. Day calling for it in short, as is Rough's Edge. But here comes the kick, touched off the mark, so that's not going to count. Picked up beautifully by one hand by Dove. He puts it onto the right boot in towards the 45. It's 2v1 in favour of South Croydon. They made a meal of it. Trying to grab there was Murphy on the bottom of the pack. It's a hunt to Garner. Matched solidly and taken down beautifully. And we'll have a ball up about 25 in. You could hear that one here without the effects mic Bruce pressed. And we'll have a ball up.
So dangerous position here as the umpire gets set to ball it up. Big Maxi King lurking around. Can he get the stoppage? Up it goes. Ball bouncing around. Dano King was in there. About yet. It's the shot at goal, but it looks to be off target. And there's a whistle.
Holding. Yeah.
And holding. So a holding free kick. So current score, it's 15 points the difference. So you kind of feel it should be greater somehow, but South Croydon have managed to hang in there. Just waiting for the ball to come back in, South Croydon. And eventually it does off the boot of Walker. Goes out towards the wing. A beautiful mark coming over the top there. That was Williams. Jordan Williams, beautiful mark. Now they need to go quickly down the line. And that's a good mark as well. This is better from South Croydon as they go inboard this time and go into the middle of the ground. There's a real opportunity now as the kick towards the out there. It goes out to the hands of Cooper. Cooper goes to full forward. Up they fly, off hands. Still on the ground. It's still there to be contested. Trying to sock it off the ground there, but I think we're going to finish up with a ball up unless someone can rush it through. And in the end, the whistle goes and the umpire says we will throw it up. But there was a real opportunity there for South Croydon.
The one thing South Croydon have they've upped the ante on the tackling pressure on Baldwin's ball carriers, Max.
Yeah, it's much better ball movement as well by South Croydon coming to their forward entry.
So King takes it out of the ruck, but needs to get the kick in if he's going to find the goal. It's on the ground and the whistle goes. Concrete he goes in there making the tackle, but the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So they need
Dale Walker loose behind the ball.
They need to get a clearance. They need to get it out. As the ball comes out, but the only people that get it out is Blackburn, and they thump it out, but it might come back on the ground. And trying to get his hands on it there was Schnick for South Croydon, and it's going to come out for a nice twisting and turning there was done, and he'll get it out. Kick out towards this far side. Up they fly. Juggling around there was Evans. Couldn't quite get his hands on it. Ball on the ground again, and it's going to the tight stuff, and there's no way it's going to come out of there, and we'll have a ball up.
Once again, really good work by Bajaya around the contest. He's really tackled well this afternoon.
So ball up, 14 and a half gone here in this second term. Taking the tap there was Dove. Tried to get his own tap. It looks like he dropped it, and he's going to be pinged for it. And the free kick here going to Jordan Walker here for South Croydon. It's going to be 25 over the mark, and advantage not going to be paid, even though they would not have wanted the advantage paid with just the behind there. So looks like Walker's going to line up from about 45, 40 out, and this could for potentially South Croydon's fourth and to narrow the margin. So waiting for the ball to come back, but Walker, slight angle, hasn't kicked one this year so far, but it is only round 2. That would be me after 15 rounds of footy at least. 3-4-22, South Croydon, 15 points the margin. This to bring it back to 9 points. Off the right, the kick has got the carry. Has it got the accuracy? No, it does not. And it's just a minor score there. They move to 3-5-23. The margin now 14 points. Blackburn 6-1-37 with a 14-point lead. 15 and a half gone, Beston.
I think South Croydon have been let off. Blackburn have been let off the hook by South Croydon's inaccuracy here.
Just going to say, Brash, they've had some opportunities, South Croydon, and they may rue those as the ball is taken by Garner, and he just about got thrown into the advertising sign over there. And we'll have a throw in. So South Croydon, they've somehow managed to stay in this game. As I said, 14 points down, and they're still well and truly in it. We've had 16 minutes of the second quarter as the ball comes out, and it's Blackburn who look to bring it out, but there's a whistle. A little bit of a short one there from Conker. And it's a free kick taken by Cass. Little chip in there. Mark almost taken. That's going to be a free kick. Max King was taken high as he tried to get the hands up and take it. There's a bit of remonstrating from some of the Blackburn crowd, and I think he's going to pay 25. Yeah. So that's going to make it a certain goal now. So always happens. frustration boils over, and of course the players have something to say. But the umpire's decision is final, and Max King will have the easiest kick that he will have of the season. He will get his first goal today, and suddenly it's going to be back to an 8-point game. And there it goes, and he puts it through. So Max King with his first of the day. In their second quarter, the margin is back to 8 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's Blackburn 6-1-37 to South Croydon's 4-5-29.
South Croydon mids is starting to get on top across the stoppage here. Dan King's getting his hands on the ball more. Daniel Cooper's getting involved a lot more. And I think Blackburn need to do something about Fitzpatrick when he comes back onto the ground. He's starting to just show his ascendancy on the game, and he's getting a few touches in close there and opening the game up for South Croydon.
Well, I thought Max King was going to put that one right over the car park the way he ran in, but then he just chipped it over the top. So anyways, here's the tap now. Williams in pursuit there for South Croydon. Plenty of Burners players, one of them trying to burn through the pack as Luke Conker brought to ground. Appeals for holding the ball, and it is paid. And a good tackle applied there by Sam Kelly, and he'll take the free kick here just at the centre of the ground, puts it onto the right boot. One-on-one contest, players go up. Ball goes to the ground. Unable to get that one out. Hit solidly there. There was Shink. Bob pops back up. The Burners have possession, and they get this out now here towards centre wing. One-on-one contest is Day not going to get there, and it's going to go over the boundary line. And we have an 8-point margin here as we approach time on here in the second quarter. Blackburn 6-1-37 leading South Croydon at 4-5-29 here in Premier Division football. Final game of a 4-day weekend of Eastern Football League action. Here's the boundary throw. Garner had the front spot, didn't get the tap. Give that one to Charlton. Players converge. Popped out now here to Callie. He goes over the top by hand now here to Mallison. Mallison walks in, puts it onto the left. It's coming back. It's coming back. And it's through. That's a contender for Tobin Brothers. Goal of the day. Sam Callie's first. And that's South Croydon's fifth. And they move to within 2 points. It's Blackburn 6-1-37. South Croydon 5-5-35. 19 minutes gone on Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Now South Croydon are starting to find all the space, but also the fact that when your number one ruckman can rest down at full forward and stretch your back line, then all of a sudden, if you get that centre clearance, knowing that you can kick the ball long and high, you've got a tall forward that can take a grab as well. That just opens up the rest of the forward line for the runners to run into.
Let's go boundary with the Matt Fotia.
Yeah, just following up from Max's point too, that's South Croydon getting their hands on the footy around the contest more, but that was the first time they've actually been able to get out the front of the contest, which would be a worrying sign for Blackburn, because if they can do that, they'll turn their dominance into score.
So back in the middle, here's the second stick down towards half-time. We're coming up to time on, and this game is really tightened right up now, just 2 points of difference. 6-1-37 plays 5-5-35 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Almost unthinkable to think South Croydon could be in front at half-time as the ball is won by Garner, gets the knockdown for Blackburn into the tough stuff, and there's a whistle. No appeals for a free kick, and it's been given as well, so the free kick to Patterson.
Conker's on in the middle.
Patterson looking for a spare and taking an age to get rid of it, but eventually puts it onto the left foot and goes down the line. That's a nice mark over there, so here's an opportunity for Blackburn to maybe grab a late one. Over on the far side, there's the kick inside now. Can they get a mark inside 50? It's not a great kick. Plenty of South Croydon defenders there trying to get the ball out, but it's fallen for South Croydon. They'll get it back. A little funny little one along the ground. And here's a little kick back, and they'll get it out now. So the chip out towards the wing. Up they fly. Ball goes loose on the ground there for South Croydon. Calls a ball. Might have been a reasonable case as well, but the umpire's whistle's gone. And we'll have a ball up.
Dale Walker just absolutely poleaxed Conker there in the at the contest at the centre of the ground, just off shot. I'm not sure if we got a shot of that, but he's a little ginger after it.
And so, just ticking into time on now at the end of this second quarter, and it's Blackburn with the free kick. Here's the kick down the line, long one down the line, trying to find a target. Another whistle, so that'll be another free kick, probably in the favour of Blackburn, I think.
South Croydon.
South Croydon, it is. Brooks looking very disappointed as he walked away, and they decide to go back through the boot of Allen, goes back right back inside 50. South Croydon maybe just looking to ice this before the half-time break. There's the kick out now to about half back. Up they fly. Walker, it was who went up for it, couldn't get hands on it though. He's in there again, Walker, trying to get it over on the far side of the ground, close to the boundary line, but they get it away, and South Croydon just working it up that wing. Nice work over there by Garner, and it's Blackburn who have the footy over on the far side. So 2 points of difference. Blackburn still with their noses in front, but they have given up a sizable lead as the ball goes down the line again. Up they fly close to the boundary again, but it does come inside. And Blackburn with the footy. Here's a chance now to go inside 50. Can they hit a target? It's a funny old kick. Who's there? Bouncing. No one wants it. Now it's Layla. I think he was trying to get his hands on it there. Ball spills out. Good tackle. Very good tackle, but no prize, surely. Screams for holding the ball. That would have been unjust. It's Schnick who made the tackle. Good work from him. He's played pretty well. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. So we are now 22 minutes gone as we get into the closing stages. Knocked out there by Brooks for Blackburn. Comes out as far as, I think it's Layla, it might be, as he gets a kick inside 50, but it's on the ground. And, it's been smothered. And the clearing kick was smothered, and it's gone through for a minor score. It was Day who got his kick smothered, and it'll be Day was a smotherer, sorry, and we'll have a point. So that makes it a 3-point game. Close to half-time. It's 6-2-38, playing 5-5-35 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Klepp to bring the footy back in. His kick towards the edge of the centre square. Beat a pack of players. Good tackle, solid tackle from Kieran Hubber, and we're going to have a ball up. Almost dead centre wing position here. 23 minutes played here in quarter number 2 on Anzac Day. 3 points the margin in favour of the host team, the Burners. Put onto the right boot there by Jones in towards the forward 50. It goes over the top of the pack. Foot race here. Here's King of the Max variety. Turns around, puts it onto the right boot. Has he got the accuracy? He does. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Leader, Max King, stops props onto the right. That's his second. And South Croydon have taken the lead. 6-5-41. They lead Blackburn 6-2-38.
Matt Jones there was just able to walk out the front of the stoppage there. Had no pressure on him whatsoever. It looks like Kyle Dove is just following Max King around, so it goes from ruck down to full back. So it'd be an interesting battle all day between those two.
Can they afford, though, Max, to have Kyle Dove playing down at full back? Should they put someone else on Max King when he does go down to full forward?
I think Max King is very hard to match up on. Kyle Dove has played backline before, was full back back when Blackburn played in the grand final, so I think he's well equipped down there.
Fair enough.
So back we are as we get towards the closing stages of this first half, and the ball's been taken over there. It's on the ground. It's Dove, I think, and that's a goal. Took us all by surprise. In fact, it's not Dove. It is.
I think it might have been Max King.
It's Max King. It is Max King. It was Dove. Sorry, was the defender, but it was King who just suddenly stole that ball.
Boundary.
And we'll just wait till he turns around, puts it through, and we'll go boundary side with Matt King. With
Max
Matt Fotia.
Oh, right.
I wish I was a king. Just a couple of things. So Blackburn were one down in that centre bounce because Will Garner came off. He was struggling with something, but they didn't have a rotation ready. And it's just another example. Matt Jones starting to get his hands on the footy, and as Max said, getting out the front of the contest. You give him space going forwards, you'd like to be a South Croydon forward.
Let's go down to Max King, mic'd up. What did you think of that last goal there, Maxie?
I'm on fire.
Here's the throw in. Knocked out of the air there by Brooks for Blackburn. It comes onto the deck. Players collide. Couldn't get it. Could Jones for South Croydon, and we're going to have a ball up.
Yeah, well, South Croydon really have upped the ante here in this second quarter, and they look primed for this in this second half.
Swatted out of the ruck there by Charlton, but it's in Burner's hands as a kick comes in towards the forward 50. One-on-one contest. Shink almost got the push in the back. Tackled solidly there by Lawler. And the umpire says no prior, and we're going to have a ball up. Just inside the attacking side of the ground in the forward pocket here.
Need a goal here, Blackburn, just on the stroke of half-time.
Indeed they do. Here comes the throw. Swatted out of the air there by Brooks. No one can get clean purchase, but it does come back now eventually to Murphy. Murphy's kick stopped, maybe waited a little bit too soon. Here comes Reed now. Onto the right, he sprayed it and missed the entire lot. Spray and pray. Call of Duty style, didn't hit anything, and that's going to be out of bounds on the full, and South Croydon will bring the footy back in. As we approach 26 minutes played, I don't think we'll have that much more time in the quarter. Maybe 1 or 2 more minutes max. And Klepp to bring the footy back in. On to the left. His kick up towards over the back there. Trying to take the mark there was Pell. Ball hits the deck. Rough's edge in there looking for it. It pops back out there. Reed looking for it. Gets tackled. Almost got up high. Did well to evade a couple of tacklers. Puts it up onto the right boot. It's a one-on-one contest. But I read that well there, did Sam Allen. Going back with the flight and told to come back over the mark. And he'll be happy just to chew up the seconds on the clock.
Yeah, don't need to do anything stupid here.
There's 9 points to the margin. Onto the left boot it goes, up towards Fennerwing on the far side of the ground. Spoiled over the line. Sheridan was one looking for the mark, and that's gone over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in.
So closing stages of this second half, and what a turnaround it's been. You wouldn't have thought a few minutes ago that South Croydon would be 9 points in front heading towards the break, but that is the case at the moment, and we're coming up to 27 minutes. So it can't be a lot longer to go as the umpire throws it in. Up they fly, knocked down there by Dove into the tight stuff, and there's a whistle from the umpire.
Is that a bit of a sling tackle there?
It's a high kick, high free kick to Walker.
So it's going to be Walker. South Croydon, geez, if they could grab another one, that'd be huge as he gets it down the line. Finds Max King, who's roaming up the ground. Now, with him up the ground, who's his target going to be forward?
Hit the square, Max.
Calling for players to go forward. Not a lot of movement in front of him, and in the end, the mark is taken over there. Is it?
No,
I think
Dan
it's
King.
not. It's the Dan King it was. He tried to get his hands on it, but it's been taken by Blackburn. And the chance is gone as we tick over the 27.5-minute mark in this second quarter. Here's the kick down the line towards the big men flying over the back there. That was Allen, I think. But the ball spills away, and as the siren goes, that brings to an end a pretty interesting first half, and particularly a pretty interesting second quarter. As we go into the break, it's South Croydon with their noses in front at 7-5-47 to Blackburn's 6-2-38.
So just quickly, goal kickers here for Blackburn, 2 to Nick Gray, 1 apiece to Sam Hart, Charlie Oglethorpe, Jack Brooks and Will Gardner. And for South Croydon, Max King with a triple, Jaden Cass, Rob Mallison, Sam Kelly, Tyler Charlton with 1 apiece. We'll be back with a halftime show just after this. You're listening to the EFL Game Day here on the SEN App.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to say. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your
And welcome back to Morton Park here on EFNL Game Day, this beautiful Anzac Day across the nation, where it is South Croydon 7-5-47 leading Blackburn 6-38 in our final Premier Division football clash for this weekend. Round 2 across Premier Division, round 3 across all 4 other divisions. Quick recap of the goal kickers again for both sides. For South Croydon, 3 to Max King, 1 to Cass, 1 to Mallison, 1 to Kelly, and 1 to Charlton. And for Blackburn, Nick Gray with a pair, Hart, Oglethorpe, Brooks, and Garner with singles. Joining me at halftime, Wayne Brasher. But you heard him on pre-game, Matt Spider-Lee. Your thoughts as a spectator on this one?
Yeah, look, game of 2 quarters, really. I mean, first quarter, you have to hand it to Blackburn. They really came out to play right from the outset. They took control after conceding the first 2 goals. I was thinking, well, we could be in for a big afternoon for South Croydon, but they reset after those 2 goals and got themselves in front, and those 5 unanswered goals, and really got their tails up, and the momentum was with them. And then just in the start of the second quarter, I just felt that they started to lose that momentum. They just started to lose that midfield battle brush, and I just thought that Max King just came into his own, and a couple of players that we talked about pre-game, some of the prolific ball users from South Croydon just really started to turn up the heat a bit.
I'm just saying off air, Spider, when we look at really, it was a tale of, 2 halves, really. One, first quarter belonged, like you said, to Blackburn, the other one to South Croydon. I often look, when I look at and do analysis of these type of games, the good sides really only give you one shot at it to get back into the contest. And South Croydon are that type of side where I think Blackburn are going to be hard pressed. They'll need to kick a few goals in the third quarter, right, to put some scoreboard pressure on South Croydon heading into the last quarter. Because the longer this game goes, the Max King factor is just going to keep coming in and into play. And the thing is, he looms once again as the match winner between the 2 sides.
Yeah, he is. And look, I think what you see from a lot of the better teams in the competition is when they do have a 5 or 10 minute period when perhaps they're not winning the ball, or they may look a little bit flat, or the intensity isn't as hot as what they have been, they can then come back, reset, and get going again. I think that's probably the challenge for Blackburn at halftime, to go in and try and figure out how they can get back into the game.
It's about limiting the damage, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's their challenge. They've got to really start to win a bit more contested ball, but also transition the ball just a little bit better and on turnover. I mean, a couple of times there, Blackburn did have opportunity to go down and take advantage and kick goals, but just not being able to fully connect was a little bit of the problem, where they broke down just in the middle to late stages of the first half.
I think Steve, what actually happened by taking Max King out of the ruck and plonking him down to full forward, actually, I reckon it did South Croydon a favour, because in the end they had a more mobile option in their ruck, and I think he was able to negate Dove, who then had to go back to go on to King. There was really no other choice. And so what happened was that brought all their other South Croydon midfielders into play.
Yeah, we call it it's counter-punching, isn't it? In a sense, you're challenging the other coach to say, well, okay, what have you got? What are you going to do? If we move our best player up the ground and we move him in positional, what are you going to do? Because they know, from a South Croydon point of view, they know that there's no one that can go with their player the whole game. And he's not a full-time ruckman.
Yep.
And even Dan King, very uncharacteristic. He
pretty quiet.
Yeah, he fumbles, and he was fumbling a bit. His kicking was a little bit off, but then all of a sudden, right, the good Dan King, right, all of a sudden he just went into another gear and said, right, I've got to pull my socks up here, right, because my team needs me to get out, to lead back into the contest, and he did that. Matt Jones also lifted his work rate in the midfield. Then the ball started coming to them, not the opposite way around, and then they were able to get the centre clearances, and rather than going along the half forwards, they were going direct down the middle, because they had a prime target and a mobile prime target, because you got blokes like Cooper, Daniel Cooper, you got Mallinson, you've got those type of guys that can swoop in and feed off Max King, who can then bring, if he's not marking it, he's bringing the ball to ground.
Well, he is, and that's the key, isn't it? I mean, so I think for Blackburn, they've got to really address a few of those issues at half time and say, how can they turn this game around? And it's only a small margin, so there's time to do it, but it's just going to be what they can do up forward to make their opportunities count in the second half. And Matt Day has been a good target for them up there. I mean, they've been lacking that personnel in recent times, and he certainly presented, especially in that first quarter.
Well, so just on that, Spider, Tommy Shink's doing a pretty good job on him for the first quarter and a half that he was on him.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, no, he was a really important player for them.
Yep.
Spider, Ryan Bathy's an interesting player. When he came to the club, he came as a goal-kicking half-forward, yet he's been searching far and wide for kicks. Second half coming, do you think maybe Brendan Allen needs to talk to him and say, listen, I need you to stay forward, or try and create a mismatch at full forward rather than you going up the ground and getting possessions that are not going to hurt the opposition. Does Ryan Bathy have to really, become the focal point for Blackburn in the second half? Because I feel they're going to need one.
Well, they're definitely going to need one, but I suppose the frustration point from Ryan's point of view is that he's not getting that delivery, and so therefore he feels like, I'm going to have to take a hit for the team, and I'm going to have to go and get the ball because it's not coming to me how I need it. So,
but the thing is, I understand what you're saying there, but in essence, he's probably doing his team a disservice because they're getting caught on the turnover, right? And he's not too far up the ground, so that when Blackburn do manage to get a turnover in the midfield and all their half forwards have pushed too far advanced, he could be that lone forward. And if they could bomb the ball down to him, he has enough body. He has enough body to be able to manoeuvre his opponent out of the contest, but he's also but he also has the manoeuvrability and is able to turn his player inside out as well.
Yeah, I think you've got to stay away from the bombing it in there too, because
you don't want to become predictable.
That comes too predictable, and then numbers swarm back, and then that causes a problem. So I think there's got to be some creativity from the coaching panel. Chad Nielsen doing the forward line coaching this year for Blackburn to say, how can we best craft Ryan and get him to be leading to a set position when the ball's coming into that forward line?
Well, in that case, if you wanted to get the best out of both worlds of Ryan Bathy, you don't play him full forward, you play him centre half forward.
Well, that's probably the choice they're going to have to make at half time.
So just quickly, gents, before we go to an ad break, just looking ahead to next week's fixtures, Balwyn will play host to Berwick. Park Orchards will take on South Croydon at Domini. Norwood and Roeville will collide. Noble Park and Vermont, both victors this weekend, will take out down at Pat Wright Senior Oval. North Ringwood, Donny East, and Doncaster will host Blackburn. What do we think going into next week?
That Norwood Roeville game has big consequences, I think. Norwood have to win that game. A loss next week would be a major setback, but Roeville, they've started the season well, so Ben Wise will be certainly up for the challenge.
Yeah, Norwood certainly won't want to go 2-2. They'll be disappointed after holding a big two very nice leads going in that game yesterday. I think Roeville will be up for the fight, but I expect Noble to hit back hard at Mullum next Saturday.
Yeah, and also that Noble Park Vermont game is a good one too.
Believe it or not, Vermont have a very good record down at the Bull Ring. Sometimes the margins are not much, Spider. They're 1 point, 5 point, but they're wins.
Exactly. Just got to find a way sometimes.
So just as we approach the break here at halftime here at Blackburn, just recapping the goal kickers, it's Blackburn 6-2-38, trailing South Croydon 7-5-47. Blackburn, Nick Gray with 2, Hart, Oglethorpe, Brooks, and Garner all with singles. And for South Croydon, Max King with 3, Cass Mallison, Callie, Charlton with 1 apiece. Thanks to Spider and Brash for the halftime. We'll be back on the other side of this break with more of the action.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day. Wherever you're listening, we're out here at Morton Park. We're after half-time. It's Blackburn 6-2-38, trailing South Croydon 7-5-47. Game of 2 quarters, as we discussed at half-time. South Croydon bouncing back in that second quarter. Max King leading the charge with 3 goals. As gentlemen, we did get Brasher's thoughts at half-time, but we'll just recap. Your thoughts going into quarter number 3. We'll start with you, Maxie.
I think it's a battle of the mids here. We saw the first quarter, Blackburn's mids really get the ball first. The tackling pressure was up. And then we moved to the second quarter where South Croydon were able to just get the ball pretty easily, walk the ball out in front of the stoppage. Brendan Allen's probably going to give him mids a bit of a bake at half time. The sweeper lost his role, and the ability to just then walk the ball out of the stoppage and hit a forward just makes it so much easier. And then Blackburn's backs are doing well, but having 2 50s just hurts as well. So they went from 40-metre shots to shots in the goal square. 2 goals come back to you, might come back at the end of the game.
Brash, your thoughts as well?
Yeah, look, I agree with Max. There were moments there where, as he said, difficult shots became 2 easy goals. Just a little bit of discipline that Blackburn just need to tidy up. I'd still think, though, that they're still running hard, Blackburn, which is still a good sign. It's just that I still worry the fact that Max King still looms large for me, and I said this at the start, he could be the match winner because they just don't have a match-up for him, regardless of where he's playing. And he's going to do more damage at full forward, I reckon, Brett, than he is in the ruck.
Well, he's got 3 goals, hasn't he, so far? So he can't be in both places, but obviously he'll spend time in the ruck and then go forward. But basically what you guys said about the midfield. It's been South Croydon that have really come back in the midfield. Dano King's got back into the game. Mellinson's gone well. So, Blackburn just need to get themselves reasserted in the midfield and just do what they were doing in that first quarter, I guess.
So don't forget also, guys, the Monday Recovery podcast drops tomorrow, as I've been reminded by Matty Fotia. recapping all of this weekend's, sans today's game, of course, because it was done on a Monday and no one wants to get up on a Tuesday morning. But make sure you tune in for that. It should drop tomorrow morning, and also the weekend forecast dropping every Friday before the weekend's fixtures across the Eastern Football Netball League. Are we still holding to our predictions, or are we going to asterisk and change the...
No.
Some swinging voters here.
I'm still on South Croydon.
Okay, we're still on the South Croydon train. All right.
No, I don't do swing votes.
I nearly changed.
Okay, to bring us in, Brett Beston.
All right, so third quarter underway, and the margin currently at 9 points as the ball goes into the tight stuff. Wrapped up nicely in there, but they managed to free it, South Croydon, and they've got the possession over there. It'll kick down the line. They need to get... Blackburn need to strike early, you would think, in this quarter as they get the possession of the ball. But it's all a bit untidy, and they need to just get a kick. And the shot at goal here from Layla. And how's it? It's not going to have the distance, but it's been marked. That's the big guy, Garner, I think he's got under that. The Clayton Oliver lookalike. Just wait till he gets up. Yes, it is. It's big Garner. So Layla's kick was a bit of a Hail Mary, but Garner just stood underneath it and suddenly had the ball in his hands. And Blackburn could be about to get the perfect start.
Well, it was certainly kicked by Nick Gray that was going to bring rain.
So it's gone through. So that's a perfect start for Blackburn. They needed to strike early, and they have done with the first goal. And we're back to just a 3-point game. They're back within a kick.
Max King has started forward for South Croydon here, which is interesting considering the Blackburn were able to win that clearance there. So see what happens regarding him if he gets moved back onto the ruck if Blackburn win another clearance.
I was going to say that kick, Oglethorpe looking like he was coming out at full back for the All Blacks there, trying to take that one out of midair. But we were just approaching 2 minutes played here in quarter number 3, 7-2-44, 7-5-47, 3 points the margin. As into the ruck we go. Here comes the ball up. Charlton doing the rucking for South Croydon. Kicked up there, picked up by Jones. His left foot kick goes out towards the half-forward line. Beats all comers. Swatted out of the air. Dano King couldn't get a hand on it. Taken there by Gray. Just taken over the boundary line, but it manages to stay the right side of the white line. Here's the kick, and that's gone over the fence. And we will have out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of South Croydon. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're listening. YouTube, Facebook, and on the SEN app. And here comes the kick down the line. Couldn't see who the target was there. Looks like it was Charlton. And he's taken the ball just inside the boundary in front of the South Croydon interchange. Goes in short. Right kick. Oh, it was a poor one. It bounced almost into the clutches there of Bajea. Out the hand now here to Roughhead. He kicks it in towards the centre of the ground where an uncontested Bathy waits and looks for options upfield. Plays on. Puts it onto the right boot. Streaking forward there, all over the top there, I think was Lawler. He collided with another player. Trying to grab it there was Garner, the goal kicker from a second ago. Roughhead, rough kick. Taken well on the bounce there by Oglethorpe. Snaps around the body, and he's just the minor score. Would have been the goal of the day, but not to be. That behind of the day will carry over from Saturday. 7-3-45 Blackburn. They trail South Croydon at 7-5-47. 2 points the margin, 3 minutes gone.
So plenty of action to start this third quarter. It has been a good game out here today. Sun beating down. Conditions are good. And nothing to complain about as South Croydon bring it out. The kick, long kick out towards centre wing. Up they fly for it. Goes through the hands. And just batted forward. Owen's got it at the moment. It's probably going to beat everyone over the boundary line. No, picked up in the end over there. Just by Pell. Pell wheels around and slams it onto the boot. Goes down the line towards the dugout over there. Mark taken over there. And in fact, it's been... players diving in from everywhere. I think might be Gray on the bottom of that. Gray, or in fact, the umpire says we'll ball it up. So, margin just the 2 points at the moment in favour of South Croydon. Up it goes. Won by Max King out of the ruck. Ball on the ground. Dives on there by a Blackburn player at the bottom of that. Now it comes out into the middle of the ground. Trying to get hands on it, I think it's Garner there. He just decides to slap it forward. And here's a huge opportunity now as they go inside 50. Blackburn, it's a one-on-one. Trying to get hands on it there was Day. Couldn't quite do so, but he's in there fighting, trying to get a second chance. Now it's fallen for Laylaw. Laylaw trying to get onto the right, but he snaps it through. Laylaw, great work by Day. Let's give him the credit for that one. He won the ball in the first instance. And as it came out, Laylaw checked from left onto his right foot, puts it through, and Blackburn are in front.
Great stuff there by Michael Dunn to be able to cause a spoil there in the centre of the ground. Cooper has that certain goal, so get the spoil, hits the ball on the deck, then Blackburn's able to repel that into a goal.
Amazing, though, when you look at way both sides, especially on the turnover this afternoon, how both sides' forward line have been pushed up and also out of position as well, Max.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's just the pressure and the footy at the moment. Everyone's when they have the ball, they're under pressure. It's forces kicks down the line and turnover ball.
Rucks go at it. Dove got that one out over Charlton, but the ball's going nowhere except back into the hands of the umpire as we have a pylon, and we'll get a ball up with Nick Gray on the bottom of that. 2 goals this afternoon. Here comes the ball up again. Give that one there to Charlton, but it's going the way here of Blackburn. Good solid contact there in the middle. The hand pass comes out over the top. That was just too high there for Matty Burt. Switched onto the left, put onto the right there, and that's a high up and under that's just going back with a flight bravely. There was Rough's Edge. Couldn't take it cleanly. It spills out to the centre of the ground. Still South Croydon, but it ends up there in the clutches of Chris Zartzis. His kick in towards the forward line here for the Burners. Goes over the top. Shink did well to get that one out. And away comes Evans. He gets collected as he kicks out towards the centre of the ground. But it's all Blackburn as they streak forward now onto the right boot. All players on the left-hand side. There's Reid. His short chip pass. Well, it wasn't to the required distance there, said the umpire, but it comes back to Reid. Swings around, bombs it onto the right boot in towards a congested goal square. Pops back over the top and swatted right back out there by Klepp. High up and under. Getting the fist on it there is Bathy. Walker tried to grab that one in for the Bulldogs. He lays a pretty strong tackle, hugging the boundary line, and the shot there from Hart, but it's going to come back. He's bombed it through regardless, and I think this is going to be paid advantage. It is. What a goal there from Hart. Absolutely no angle, had to get the protractor out, and Blackburn, well, they extend their lead, 9-3-57 to South Croydon, 7-5-47. Man, that was a beautiful kick there from Hart, and Blackburn coming out of the gates in this third quarter.
Well, they deserve to get that because there was a 5-on-1 contest there, and they had control of that play there, and they managed to keep the ball there on their terms.
So this game following the pattern of the first couple of quarters with South Croydon getting the better of the first, Blackburn, and then South Croydon coming back. And now it's Blackburn again who have got on top at the start of this third quarter as they get the ball forward. Long kick inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? It's on the ground trying to get it there. It was done. Ball comes out and it's going to go through for a behind. So it just chisels into that margin a wee bit. One more to the score. We've had some 7 minutes played in this third quarter, and it's 57 playing 48. It's a 9-point margin. Still very much a case of who is going to take this game by the scruff of the neck as Blackburn bring it back into play. Kick goes out wide and flying high, and a great mark taken there by Bathy, who just came over the top. I think Evans was waiting for it. He thought it was his, but Bathy came over the top and said, "Get out of my way. It's going to be mine." And he stumps it forward now, trying to find a target. Only targets back there, though, as South Croydon players. Not a great kick, but in fact, it's going to be a free kick anyway, going the way of South Croydon, and they'll have a chance to rebound off halfback.
So Charlton's kick taken there with the clutches by Cooper. He's about 60 from home, puts it onto the right. The intended target is King. Couldn't take it, went through the mitts. Picked up now at the back here by Dunn. He swings this one across, and Conker's going to clear here for the Burners. Puts it onto the right boot. Is it going to stay in the required field of play? It is not, sir, and it's going to be out of bounds on the full, and a free kick here to the Bulldogs. They play on quickly. Here's Dano King. His kick onto the right boot. Oh, he splits the sticks. What a response there from South Croydon. And they've got 6 on the board from that one. And they close the distance. It's Blackburn, 9-3-57, 8-6-54, South Croydon. First of the afternoon there for Dano King.
You know, I think, Matt, the way this game's turned out could turn out to a bit of a shootout here.
Yeah, well, I think predominantly these two teams have been at a couple of shootouts. So I think Blackburn need to be better there with Mallison being a left footer on the left pocket there to a right footer King. Just need to be more onto that quicker, switch on quicker.
So I'm going to put that down as a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day as well.
Go down to Matty quickly, sorry.
Yeah, guys, Matt Day's just come off and he's having a bit of work done on around about his elbow. So might have been in that one-on-one a couple of minutes ago. But, yeah, we'll keep you updated.
So what a game this is turning into. 3-point margin as Dove takes it out of the middle, gets it forward. Trying to get hands on it there was Blackburn. Can't do so, though, as the ball comes back in the middle of the ground. That might have been a high tackle. It certainly was. And that'll be a free kick. Advantage played, though. And it goes out to Bathy, who takes the mark. Are we going to play on? Yes, we are. So Ryan Bathy will go back.
Kyle Dove here in the ruck, just showing his ascendancy, getting on top there. Another clearance to him. So it just shows without Max King in the ruck, the doggies just struggle to get the ball out of there.
Yeah, fair call, Max. We talked about that before. He can't be in two places at once. He can't be forward and in the ruck. So it's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul as Bathy lines them up as to extend Blackburn's lead. And it'll be a big kick if he gets it. Here it's on its way. It looks all right. No, it's just going no, he's got it. I thought the umpire was moving to his left. Our right as we look at the screen, but it's gone through, and Ryan Bathy gets his first of the day. And that just takes it out to a handy little lead now. It's out to a 9-point lead. It's 10-3-63, playing 8-6-54 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we're coming up to the 10-minute mark of the third quarter.
4 goals to 1 in the opening 10 minutes here for Blackburn. Really good response from them after half-time. I think, though, that another guy I reckon that has proved really lively is Jack Rubshead in that forward line. He may not have taken mask, but he's always created a contest.
So King back into the ruck for South Croydon. Looked to go by hands there. It's popped out just a short distance. Conker couldn't take it cleanly. South Croydon can. Here's Dano King running in straight in front. Puts it onto the right. It goes just straight through the middle. What a response. Goal for goal. Defence optional here in the first 10 minutes from South Croydon and Blackburn. Dano King's kicked the last 2 here for South Croydon, and both of them in the third quarter. His only 2 goals for the game. 9-6-60. South Croydon. Blackburn 10-3-63.
Again, Max King goes back into the ruck, shows what he can do, straight away goal. So those clearances are absolutely vital, and they will be vital for the rest of the game.
They need to clone him, maybe.
I think if you can clone a few of them, it would be nice, wouldn't it?
Not sure if it's legal yet. Give it a couple of years.
I can always twist the rules. Up it goes in the middle, up they fly. And it was King, that man that we were talking about. He gets the tap out. Nice clearance to, I think it's Matty Jones, who gets it onto the right foot, sends it forward. It's fallen for South Croydon. They work it inside. Here's a shot from Mallinson. How's it looking? Looks to be off target. And it is through for a minor score. So South Croydon suddenly, with Max King winning the ball out of the middle, and it goes through for a minor score. So it's a 2-point game at the moment, 10-3-63. Blackburn in front, leading 9-7-61. Now it's going to be Hubber, to bring it out from the back. Kick goes right out towards the wing. Up they fly. Nice mark there taken by Garner. He's been good today.
He's taken a few really good contested marks so far.
Has indeed. And he's kicked 3 goals to boot as well, excuse the pun, as he gets a little short kick in there and it's been smothered. So we give him all that praise and then he makes a mistake, but it's worked out okay. Now they get it down the line, and that might be out on the full, is it?
You're right early in the corner, Max, when you said that Bazaglo was going to have to make that move to bring King back into the ruck. He probably did it just at the right time, because I think if Blackburn had got another goal, that just would have made it that little bit harder.
Yeah, correct.
Dano King onto the right boot. He's really come into the game strongly in the last few minutes as the ball comes back outside 50 just for the moment. Whereas that's been nicely picked up there by Garner, I think, over there. Now it's inside. Gray, Conker it was. He couldn't get his hands on it. As they go inside, trying to go get clear. It's nice work there by Conker. He's spinning around, trying to get a handball away. He does in the end, but he's just given it to a man under pressure, and that was Conker. Would have did him absolutely no favours whatsoever. And in the end, South Croydon, superb pressure, really forcing in fact, they've got a free kick out of it, Blackburn. So a bit lucky, but good pressure by South Croydon.
Actually, both sides are throwing everything at it here at the moment.
So in comes the kick in towards centre wing. Target there was Murphy, spoiled from behind. The Dogs have the footy. They had it momentarily anyway, and it goes straight to ground, and umpire says, free kick in the back.
That was a bit soft, I thought.
Yeah,
sloppy there from Hubber as well.
So quick hands there by Kelly. In comes for the forward line. Intended target there was Sheridan.
Gutsy mark.
Yeah, great mark going back with the flight there, I think was Conker. Sorry, that was Dunn. And his kick now out and towards just in front of the interchange and beaten all comers. And speaking of boundary side, let's go to Matt Fotia.
Yeah, Brash point up on the fact that pressure's gone up from both sides, but I think someone needs to just take a chill pill from either side here. It's pretty frantic and they're going to run out of gas, and that's what their turnovers and goals are coming from.
Gee, I thought he was going to say the commentary team need to take a chill pill.
Just you, Brash. He kept picking this one up off the board there is done. He tries to soccer this one through, and that goes over the boundary line. If Gav was here, I'd say he needed to take the whole packet.
Oh, that's harsh.
No, it's not harsh. Very lively individual.
He is. Great commentator, Mr. Gavin Casey, of course, called on Saturday.
So here comes the boundary throw. Dove. Taken to grab. Great tackle there by Rough's Edge, but then Gray got the footy. It's picked up now and towards the half-forward line. Great shake and bake there coming from Conker of the Reese variety. The pole goes running into a solid tackle of his own, though. There was Patterson, and this one going back to the clutches of the umpire, and we'll have a ball up. It was all one-way traffic. Gav beaten up on me on Saturday, so he's not here, so I'll get the cheapies in.
Oh, that's hard.
So here's the soccer kick now. Reed tries to burst through the pack. Pope, but over the top. Well taken there off the draw by Burt. Tried to burst through the pack. Couldn't get clean purchase on the footy. In comes several Blackburn players, and then over the top there was Mallison, and we'll have a ball up. Nearly 15 minutes gone. 2 points to the margin. Blackburn in front.
No place for the faint-hearted out there at the moment.
No, wouldn't want it to be on the bottom of
Brasher
that.
almost copped it, he.
So Dove gets the head out for Blackburn, and they get it for Whistle's gone, though, and we'll come back for something.
I thought you'd subbed on for Max King there anyway, Matt.
No.
Oh, come on, guys.
I'll wait till he goes forward, then I'm on.
I'm never going to live that down. Oh, dear. You make one mistake and you never forgive it. Is it? Blackburn get it forward, trying to get on the end of this. Up they fly, but there's plenty of South Croydon defenders there. Goes right over the back. Trying to get back there was Kelly. Did pretty well, but the whistle's gone. And what have we got here?
Great tackle by Lawler there.
Free
holding
kick
the
to
ball.
Blackburn. All right, holding the ball. Looked a little bit harsh. Might have been a throw, says Bruce, as Blackburn go inside 50. Bruce Prest looking for the umpiring fraternity next year, no doubt. So here's a nice little kick into the middle of the ground. Nice mark taken there. And South Croydon to bring it out. They've got plenty of space on this side. Bit of a juggle there from Williams. Haven't called his name too much today. Handball out wide, but it's not a good one. Beautiful twist on the turn there. And it's a heart of the Samuel variety who gets the kick forward. Trying to get hands on it over there was, of course, the big fella, number 19, Oglethorpe, who's been pretty good today.
Really good work from Michael Dunn there to come up, leave his man, come up, impact the stoppage there. Blackburn get the ball and able to hit it forward there.
He's been very good on this quarter, Dunn. He's had a really come into the game nicely.
Both Pell and Michael Dunn have been excellent on Wilson and Charlton, I think it is.
Very fortunate to have Max Otten on special comments today, of course, the former Blackburn man, and these days Templestowe.
Oh, smother.
Oh, that's a great smother as the ball bounces out to Bathy. Bathy gets a little handball off, and that's go. He's going to get it back, Bathy, but I'm not sure who that's to because he's kicked it out of bounds. And it was good pressure across there by South Croydon, and Bathy found himself probably getting the second one, which he didn't really want and had nothing to do but just really kick it out. So a bit of a wasted play.
That came off Sammy Hart's noggin there from Ryan Bathy. But anyway, here's the throw in. 2 points the margin. Rucks go at it. King gets the fist on it into open territory. Players converge on it. Reed gets run into the ground there by Walker. The footy comes out now high up and under. Players converge. Oh, what a mark! Did see who that was over the top. That looked like Tommy Shink with an absolute screamer. And, well, he ended up on his head at one stage, but we'll have to go back and have a look at that replay. Anyway, here's the kick up towards Centre King. Dano King, the intended target, too tall for him, I should say. It's picked up by the Burners drop. That's going to be, we've got to play it down. Is that Dano King down at centre? As the play continues back the other way, and a mark taken here by Wilson for South Croydon. Trainers attending there to Dano King. Well, Matty will keep an eye on that, I'm sure.
That was a solid contest, though, fair.
Oh, looks like he's up and
he's
moving.
fine.
Yeah.
He's made of tough
stuff.
Tough. Dano King.
Well, Wilson fancies his chances from this distance. He'll kick from 45. Had 4 last week.
Yeah, I'll say 55.
In it comes. Here's the kick. Players packing the top of the goal square, about 5 metres short. It's taken off the draw there by Sartzes. Got a great handball out there to Bergea. His kick is in short, and mark taken there by Bartlett, just losing his edge and just urging his charges to slow things down. Goes by right foot to Ruff's edge, and he takes a mark about 15 metres from where the kick came from. He goes down hard down the boundary line, and is it going to stay the right side? No, it's not. And free kick coming here to Tommy Shink. And we've got a bit of discussion behind the play, but the kick is going to come. Yeah, 18 as we approach time on. 10-3, 63, 9-7, 61 here on EFNL Game Day on this Anzac Day. South Croydon. Now we've got 25, bit of descent.
Moving on the mark.
Moving over the mark. Okay, advantage played. Here's the kick now in towards the forward line. Not paid. Or was it? Yes, it was. Going quickly by hand. Here's Max King looking for his 4th.
Oh, he's missed it.
Not sure
and
why
he's put it wide. Well, just put the moz on him there as he went for goal number 4. And that just brings the margin to 1 point. 9-8-62 South Croydon. Trail Blackburn 10-3-63.
Well, he really had no right to claim that mark then.
Yeah.
And so getting really tight out here at Blackburn as Hart takes the ball. That's Sam Hart, of course, brother also on this side.
Well, that's sloppy.
Yeah, that's poor play, and the ball goes out of bounds over there on the far side. So we've played 19 minutes of this third quarter, and we're still none the wiser. Blackburn 10-3-63, and South Croydon 9-8-62. Which way are you going? It's going to be a tight one out here. What price the draw, Brash? Here's the ball going in, knocked away by Garner. As it's hurried forward, trying to get on the end of it was Laylor, but it got past him. He's still over there, and in fact, in the end, he does actually get it, Laylor. Snaps onto the right foot, gets it down. That's a great mark taken over there too. And it's Brooks who's taken the mark as we go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, just want to give Paddy Laylor a shout-out. Last week, first game as captain of the club, probably wasn't his best game, but today he's been fantastic. Forward pressure, and then also when he's got the foot, he's made the most of it. What's he got? 1 goal and about to set up his second.
Yeah, absolutely fair comment. He's had a terrific day today. So a big kick this for Brooks right on the stroke of, well, probably a few minutes to go before three-quarter time. But this will put Blackburn, if he gets it, out beyond the 1 goal. On his way, nice, slow, deliberate approach. Gets it under the right boot. How do they like it behind the goal? No, he's pulled it. Umpire was moving pretty early, and it's gone through for a minor score. So 10-4-64. Plays 9-8-62, and we're just over the 20-minute mark. Into time on now at the end of this third quarter.
Yeah, I reckon that was a gettable goal there that went begging.
No question, yep. Should have kicked that one.
So South Croydon to bring the footy in as we're about a minute into time on. Here comes the kick out towards the wing area. Almost took it with one hand there, did Max King. It hits the deck. Doing the roving there for Blackburn was Gray. He puts it onto a high up and under. Going back with it, Bathy with a great mark, hugging the boundary line. And he's looking to centre the footy. Puts a right foot kick across the face. It's got some clean purchase over the top. Couldn't take the mark there. Gets out. Oh, match solidly. Great tackle. I think that was Oglethorpe.
Too high there.
And the umpire says that was too high.
Bathy's got himself more involved in this third quarter, and it's allowed Blackburn to be able to hit him up in the half-forward line and pump it deep into their forward 50.
So South Croydon trying to measure this kick out. It's taken by Danny Cooper. And surveying the scene upfield, not much on offer. We've got Jordan Williams calling forward, but he decides to go in short the other way and into the hands of Braden Kilpatrick. He switches the play out wide. And players streaming forward now here for the Bulldogs. A quick one. Oh, that was well read. Beautifully chopped off there by Conker. Goes up by Hando here to Lawler. He's kicking towards the centre of the ground. And took one, did Gray. Took the mark and then took one up high. And he's going to win himself a free kick.
He's actually played very well this afternoon, Nick Gray. He's really worked hard as a half forward, Max, to keep that ball in that forward 50.
Yeah, I agree. He's very, very good below his knees, so his ability to pick up those ground balls. And then on the scoreboard, I think he's kicked 2 goals, going for his third here.
Yep.
As a mid, you want to be able to put get goals at the scoreboard there.
So 2 points the margin to Blackburn. 22.5 gone here in quarter number 3. In comes Gray, puts it onto the right. It's got the carry. Has it got the accuracy? No, it does not. Just the minor score. That's his first minor score of the evening. He's looking for 3. And that just moves the margin back to 3 points. Blackburn, 10-5-65. Lead South Croydon, 9-8-62 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Probably a couple of gilt-edge opportunities gone begging there here for Blackburn.
Certainly has. You've got to take your chances when they're there. Mind you, they haven't been as wasteful as South Croydon, in fairness, as the ball goes out from the restart. On the ground it is. Margin currently is 3 points.
Tackle.
We're 22 minutes into the third quarter. South Croydon
down.
So we'll just keep an eye on that one. It was Wilson over there. Hasn't seen too much of him today. Goes inside 50, trying to find it, and he does find a target. It's Kilpatrick. Good work by South Croydon. So 1 minute they're on. South Croydon. 1 minute they're on defence, and they swing on to attack. And this kick to put them in front in the throes of three-quarter time.
Wilson's been well held this afternoon so far. He hasn't had much influence on the game, but he managed to do something very nice there.
Yeah, just those little moments. So even if you're not having a big game, you can still impact with some key moments, as he did there. So this is Kilpatrick. This to put South Croydon in front in the 23 and a half minutes played in this last quarter. It's on its way. It's there, I think. Yep, he's got it. Umpire does not move. Straight over the hat. And Kilpatrick with a nice kick. That is his first goal of the day. And what a time to get it. He puts South Croydon back in front. This really is turning into a cracking game. 10-8-68 plays 10-5-65 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've reached 24 minutes in this third term.
So, first of the day for
Boundary.
Kilpatrick, first of the season as well as go down to Matty Fotia.
Yeah, so regarding Dano King, he's still on the bench. They look like they were just checking his concussion, but he's fine. He's already barking orders at Buzz to make some moves. And in the case of Geordie Williams, it looks like it's just the ribs the way he hit the deck. So he come off, sucking him in the words of the great Ray Baird, I think he's just winded.
Just but a scratch, taken off the draw now here by Walker. Kicks in towards the forward line. South Croydon right back on the attack. Swinging around there is Sheridan onto the left, and he's kicked it.
That's a good goal there. 2
forays into the attacking 50. 2 goals for South Croydon in as many minutes. It's 11-8-74. Blackburn 10-5-65. And, this one starting maybe to get away from Blackburn, but still got a quarter and a bit to go. Gentlemen, a great quarter of footy so far.
Started with Max King again in the ruck there, cleared the stoppage. Geordie Walker was able to get onto it, get it in quickly, which if you get the ball in quickly, the forwards just lick their lips and puts Blackburn's backs under pressure.
So definitely another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I reckon that's
we've got about 26 of them.
I was going to say there's been a few today. I don't want to be the judge for that one today. I think we'll leave it to our media manager, Matt Fotia. As South they get it forward, but there's a whistle.
That's what happens. It wasn't a good kick, but Mallinson was in the right position. He was in front, and he's now shooting for goal here.
So Mallinson it was. This would be a huge kick. If he gets this, they will be very flat, Blackburn, going into three-quarter time. He's kicking from about 50, so it's not an easy kick. A long one. Let's see.
He's a left footer, mate. He'll get it.
He gets it onto the left foot, runs a little bit around. He struck it.
He's got it.
He's got it. It's what a kick. Mallinson. Unbelievable. I wouldn't have given him too much chance, but he's nailed it. Beautiful kick. And what a time to get that. That makes the margin 15 points. South Croydon, 12-8-80. 10-5-65.
Brash.
Well, Matt Jones there in the stoppage is able to get on the move, tap around the back there, and Matt Jones on the move is very, very good sight to see. So Blackburn need to put some intention in him, put an arm across him, don't allow him to get that free space.
Never doubt the left footer, mate.
Brash. You love it, Brash.
I love it. Of course I do. So now, gents, how crucial are those 2 misses by Blackburn?
Yeah,
very.
Exactly.
That's really going to hurt them here. It's hurt them here.
Yep.
So the Rucks go at it again. King with
There
a
we
tap,
go.
and now here comes South Croydon again, putting it onto the left. It's not going to go the distance. It's a 2-on-2 battle down there. Couldn't take it. Could Sheridan off the draw. Looking in for the tackle goes Patterson, and, well, that was very nearly 3 in a row. And could have been good night for the Burners going into the fourth quarter, but still plenty of time, 15 points the margin. Probably, I'd say, at least 30 seconds or a minute remaining in this quarter. Sheridan with the tap, but it goes straight into Blackburn hands. Those hands belonging to Kieran Hubber, and those hands taking the mark behind the fence of a Blackburn fan. And we're going to have a free kick here going to South Croydon, hugging the boundary line. Just can't see who's...
Jones.
Matt Jones. Thanks very much. And he will... Well, I think he's going to fancy himself and have a crack, or at least get it to the top of the goal square.
He'll look to play on here, I reckon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, he's going to go the ping. Here it goes. As he
he's
split it.
nailed.
Oh, are you kidding me?
God.
Oh, there's another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Can we lower the quality of the goals, because this is becoming too hard for us to pick? But in terms of South Croydon, they don't care. They're winning the footy game. 13-8-86. They lead Blackburn 10-5-65. 3 goals on the trot. And Blackburn, well, they got some soul searching to do coming into the fourth quarter, Brash.
All right, guys, I got 7 goals of the day and 5 marks of the day that we've got to adjudicate.
You missed about 3 goals there, Brash. I've written them down. I'm at 10.
Good luck.
Can we split the prize?
Run it back.
I need Gus McLeod's here. He's old man's Tobin Brothers, isn't he? He can give us a few more vouchers.
So back into the middle as the ball is won by Garner. This game has really been an absolute cracker this afternoon, very befitting of the occasion, of course. The big Anzac Day clash out here. Ball on the ground, and the umpire blows the whistle. We've had, must be getting close to the end of the quarter. 28 minutes, although we have had a lot of goals as we go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Just while we're off on awards, player of the day is going to be, I would have said a hard one to pick, but the last 5 minutes, Max King's elevated himself above the rest, gone in the middle and given them 3, silver platter centre clearances that have led to goals, and that's the difference at the moment.
Well, we talked about him, didn't we, about being in 2 places at once. We've mentioned that a few times today, so that's how valuable he is. As the ball is won out of the ruck, knocked down, and I don't think they'll get it, but they do get it clear. A nice kick by Gray, gets it forward. Laidlaw's chasing it. He's been one of the better players too, talking about players of the day. but it beats everybody across the boundary line.
Well, it was going to be a fine line between pleasure and pain there for Marcus Bazaglo, because he had to make the choice to bring King into the ruck. Blackburn were 4-1 up. He's pulled the right rein here, and all of a sudden they've not looked back since Max King's gone into the ruck.
So late opportunity here for Reid. Reid puts it onto the boot. It's the long kick forward up. They fly. It goes right over the back. And is it still in over there? It is. Trying to get it away there was great. Ball spills loose. Diving it on there. It might have been Cass under there. Possible to see. As we go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, and just another thing as well. Blackburn in the first quarter, we were really impressed with their hit up. You know, blokes were leading into footy and they were lowering their eyes. Lately, they just seem to be bombing long, which is exactly what South Croydon want.
So a little bit of a messy period of play here, but the intensity's really gone up. So no one wanting to give an inch at the moment as the ball is on the ground again. Cries over there for a free kick of some description, but nothing given. And the umpire will ball it up again. So we're 29, very nearly 30 minutes played. Can't be too much longer to go. Ball knocked out. And cries of holding the ball. Might have had a case there as Kilpatrick lost control. And we'll have about our 900th ball up at about the last 3 minutes.
So pretty long quarter. I didn't expect it to go to 30.
Well, it's 4 goals to Blackburn, 6 to South Croydon, and a bit of time on, yeah.
Rough's edge. Tries to get the centre clearance away. Jones did in the end, but only about 10 metres. It's in Blackburn hands now. They pump it right back in, but it's going to go higher than it is further and probably over the fence, and it does. And free kick going the way of South Croydon for out of bounds on the full. So 19 points to margin. Short kick finds Evans. And quite content to just chew up what remains on the clock going into three-quarter time. Puts it onto the left boot, swings it out wide, hugging the boundary line. Players fly. Couldn't drag that in there could Sheridan. As players converge on a loose footy on the deck, it's popped out there eventually by Cox, and it goes over the boundary line for a boundary throw in 31 minutes played. Longest term of footy so far this game by quite some time. 26, I think, was... second quarter. Here comes the boundary throw. King to Jewell there with Garner. One of the best players on the ground for Blackburn. Rough's edge bursts through the pack, puts a high up and under onto the right boot. Sitting under it there was Oglethorpe. Couldn't take the mark. It goes through a pack of players, but it's not going to go out of the pack of players. It's going to go straight back to the umpire for a ball up.
Makes the Blackburn forwards just finding it hard to take clean grabs, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah, the ball coming in is not really well, so South Croydon's pressure around the ball has really eliminated Blackburn kicking it smoothly to the 450.
So he's picked up now right off the draw now here by Kilpatrick. Burst forward, kicking towards the direction there. I think that was Wilson. Not paid the mark on it controversially, and it play on back the other way. Here comes Blackburn. Intended target there was Oglethorpe, but going back with the flight there, I think that was Brooks. And we got a free kick coming back. I'm not sure what that was for.
I actually don't think Wilson really did have that much control of it.
Okay.
It almost like he'd spent it before he had it.
Yeah. You just seen the umpire stop the play when Blackburn had the run
of the ball. Exactly, yeah.
Right.
Spewing. Brooks Day to take the free kick on the far side wing. Now, he's got to go long because it can't be more than I've been saying this about 20 times, and every time I've been proven wrong on the score.
Longest 30 seconds in the history.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
It's a big kick, Matty Day. I reckon he'll get the distance, but the accuracy.
We need to see the torp.
Okay, Malcolm Blight. Here we go. Let's have a look.
Give me a big torp.
Roll out the barrel.
I think he's going for it.
Yep, he's going to. Unloads and well, he's about 30 metres short, and that's out on the full. So we're not going to run that replay back. I'm sure Matty Day's not going to want to see it. But what a quarter of football. Real shootout. South Croydon 13-8-86, leading Blackburn 10-5-65. Recap of the goal kick is going to be here for 5 minutes. Max King with 3, Daniel King with 2, Mallison with 2, 1 each to Kelly, Sheridan, Charlton, Jones, Cass and Kilpatrick. And for the Burners, Nick Gray with 2, Garner, Bathy, Brooks, Oglethorpe, Hart with a pair, and Lawler. We'll be back with the fourth quarter of play right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day here from Morton Park at three-quarter time. It's South Croydon 13-8-86. Blackburn 10-5-65. An explosive quarter of footy, a shootout of sorts, and South Croydon getting the edge on said shootout. Just a recap of the goal kickers if you missed it just before three-quarter time. Max King has 3, Kilpatrick, Cass, Jones, Cully, Sheridan and Charlton with 1, Dano King with 2 and Mallison with 2 also for the Bulldogs. And for the Burners, Nick Gray and Sammy Hart with 2, Lawler, Oglethorpe, Brooks, Bathy and Garner with singles. Gentlemen, your thoughts on that explosive quarter of footy?
Off you go, Maxie. I'll let you have the first give at this one, mate.
I think it's, as we said, half time. It's a battle of the mids, and Max King in the ruck there was able to show his ascendancy, tap the ball out. And Kilpatrick and Matt Jones were able to run through the stoppage, which, they run through the stoppage, get it to 50, kick a goal or hit up the forward 50. So Blackburn need to control that, need to get some coverage for their sweeper. Sweeper's getting lost in there, so to hold the integrity of the stoppage. And then I'd love to see Reece Conker and Matt Day jump on the ball, provide a bit of run, a bit of carry for Blackburn, because they just seem like Gray, Murphy, they're toiling away, but they just need some outside running carry, like what Matt Jones, what Williams, what Kilpatrick are doing for South Croydon.
Max, do you reckon that they might run the gauntlet and maybe give the skipper a run in the midfield as well?
Yeah, he's probably another one as well. He provides the pace and real tough energy. So they have to throw something, throw the magnets around to be able to get the game back on their terms. They've given up 10 goals, 11 goals since quarter time. So, and I reckon 95% of them are from the mids.
Max, you've been in this position before as a player. You're 4 down roughly at three-quarter time, and the opposition have got a run on you. And what do you think? What's going through the Blackburn players' minds here? What do they think that they need to do to get back in the contest?
They've got to halve the contest and get the game on their terms, or at least half it, get the game on neutral. And then you've got to take risks. They're 4 goals down. Get 2 goals. Get the crowd involved. Home game. And then, still got 30 minutes of football to go. So there's still a long quarter to go. So you get 1 or 2 goals early on, then the game could be anything. But on the other hand, they obviously need early on to get the game either neutral or on their terms to be able to not let South Croydon, because South Croydon can kick 5 or 6 goals in a quarter and really blow it out to a 10-goal lead.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side of Matty Fotia.
Yeah, g'day guys, with Marcus Bazaglo. Marcus, slow start to that quarter, mate, but then made a move in the centre clearances, and it's a game where whoever's winning the clearances is winning the game. Max King's been awesome in there.
He has, yeah, it looks like that. I mean, we probably tried to roll the dice a little bit too much there early. It's just more staying with the footy and playing rolling there, but yeah, Max has been fantastic.
In terms of Blackburn, what do you expect them to do this quarter? Obviously, they've got to make a break for it, 4 goals down, but where do you think they'll make changes or try to win the game?
Oh, look, they've tried to stretch us a little bit forward of the ball with 3 tools. I think they'll probably continue that. But look, the game's going to be won or lost inside the contest. So it's a bit of an arm wrestle in there. Whoever sort of gets the ascendancy in there, looks like we're in the game of footy, so hopefully that's us.
Turnovers, we spoke about it pre-game. They were creeping in a little bit there. What do you expect from the boys? They'll straighten up?
We want to keep playing our way, but yeah, there's a time and a place to hit inside. A couple of times we've made the wrong choice, but that's all part of learning. We want to keep playing our brand, which is look inside when it's on.
Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, Matty. So 1 quarter of footy left between now and the final siren. South Croydon and Blackburn on this Anzac Day. To bring us in, Brett Beston.
So last quarter about to get underway. You just feel that South Croydon are pretty close to breaking this game open, but let's not write Blackburn off just yet. Every quarter has tended to ebb and flow, so Blackburn will need to start well. They need to grab, you would think, the first goal, probably 2 goals of this quarter, just to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, I agree with Max. They're going to find a way and try and get their crowd back into this contest as well.
So umpire sends it aloft. 21-point margin. Max King comes over the top. Just about give him the player of the day already, I think, as the ball goes loose. Now it comes out for into the clinches again. Trying to dive on it, was diving it on there at the bottom of that. Was one of the Blackburn players as we go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, just to follow up on Dano, King and Geordie Williams. So both players just really winded, just some big Blackburn bodies rubbing them straight into some still pretty firm turf after a dry summer.
Funny you should say, just being winded. I was just talking to Ray Baird just out the back a couple of minutes ago as the ball goes on the ground.
What, did he look winded, did he? Did Ray look winded, did he, Brett?
He always looks windy.
Well, he's just looking across there, mate. I saw the Terminator eye come across.
the stink eye. As the ball goes down, nicely roved there by Conker it was. He's played pretty well for Blackburn today.
Dangerous.
Now they get it forward. Here's a chance. Flying high there. There's a huge hit. And the ball spills away. But it's an opportunity, and the shot at goal, I think, is there. Yes, it's Mallinson. Beautifully done. Blackburn players flying for the ball, but as the ball spilled loose, it was Johnny on the spot. And that could just about be the killer blow. We won't write them off just yet, but Mallinson puts it through, and it's going to be tough for South Croydon now as for Blackburn, as South Croydon make it 14-8-92 to 10-5-65 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, when you roll the dice and you need to take a risk, that risk was with no reward there.
Well, glad you didn't say Tobin Brothers goal of the day, because all 3 of Mallison's were firmly in contention.
That's nowhere near the top 5 after that. I'm saying it's not a good goal.
Top 10, mate. Yeah. Top 10. Here's King out of the ruck again. Taken well, though, by Rough's Edge. Gets the hands across, and Blackburn try to chip this one in. Well read, though, there by Paddy Klepp. He gets a hand pass out, and away come the Bulldogs down the wing. Poor hand pass, though. That's going to trickle potentially over the boundary line as Hart, 17. Cooper just gave him the one-arm... How are you doing? And it almost is like his mate's going to drag him out of the pub, and they'll have a ball up on centre wing.
We're seeing Kyle Dove here take the ruck for the centre bounce, then sit behind the footy here. So it looks like Dale Walker's doing the same for South Croydon. So see who makes the most of it.
Garner won that one out of the ruck, and Rough's Hedge gets roughed up out over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in the same place. So 2.5 gone. South Croydon got the first goal of this 4th quarter. There's Garner to do the rucking against King, who's pretty much slayed all comers in the ruck this afternoon. I'll give that one to Garner, had the front spot. Ball on the deck. Out there was Gray, almost roved there by Murphy. He's got the footy now. Murphy puts this one in towards the forward line. It's well taken, well read there by Day. Muscled out his man, and he takes this one out directly in front. Got the better there of Dale Walker, and he'll line up from, probably he'll kick from about 35.
Matty Day is one of these players for Blackburn. Game last year, I remember well, at Vermont, kicked 4 goals in a last quarter effort for Blackburn. Can he be the man this afternoon?
We spoke about Xavier Murphy pre-game. He's been really impressive today after last week's performance. His ability to win the footy, and he's come back with vengeance.
So Day's off the right to the right, and that was just a minor score, and that's not what the Burners needed. 10-6-66, trail South Croydon 14-8-92. We played 3.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So can't miss those opportunities. That would have been a very timely fight back, or a reply, should I say, from Blackburn, but not to be. So South Croydon bring the ball back into play. It's Blackburn now that have to make all the play into the middle of the ground. Up they fly. Goes through hands. A little short kick there by Dunn. He's been one of the best in the Blackburn colours today. Goes out wide, and the mark is taken. So it might be a free kick, actually. Either way, Blackburn have the footy. Taking too long to get rid of it. Now they go down the line. The sun shining brightly here at Morton Park. A little bit hard to see with all the glare around at the moment. And it's over the boundary on that far side.
I've got some sunglasses if you want to swap, Brett.
I've seen your sunglasses. They're not exactly a fashion statement. No thanks.
There's nothing wrong with them.
Settle down, Alex Perry. Still going on, eh?
Yeah.
I've seen Brasher rocking the aviators before, mate.
Fair call, Matty. Fair call.
Alex Perry.
Max Fotia.
I have got a bit more hair than Max. What's his name? Alex Perry? But only just. I'm hanging on to what I have. As the ball goes in, Max King, it might have been. He got that one away. But it's Blackburn who have it. They thump it forward. Can they get a mark? Up they fly. And here's an opportunity for Layla. He's been really good, Layla, but he's missed it.
He's hit the post.
Unbelievable. That's the second great opportunity that Blackburn have had. And you just can't blow chances like that. They really are shooting themselves in the foot. 92-67. We've had just only 5 minutes in this last quarter.
As Evans brings the footy back in. 2v1 is King coming over the top. Was Garner, got the fist on it. Picking it up on the turnaround, though, there was Dove. He goes backwards to go forwards. The Burners back to Dove now, hugging the boundary line. Gets a little chip over the top. Was just a little too much there for Hart to handle. He's tackled well there by Cooper. And the umpire says, give it to me, despite the appeals. And 5.5 gone. South Croydon with a commanding lead in this one. 14-8-92, plays 10-7-67. King rustles his man out, but has comes here to Hart. Sells a bit of candy. Puts it back onto the right boot, high up and under. This might just stay inside. It does. Trying to go back there was Bartlett. Couldn't drag it in, but it is going to be out and bounce on the full. And South Croydon will get a free kick in here from just inside there to Burt. Switches the play across, and the Bulldogs work out now here through Dale Walker. Short chip pass. Finds his man in Cox. He turns and goes and chips this one over the top just in front of the interchange. The Bulldogs on the attack. Poor kick, though. They've kicked that right into the man on the mark. He comes back now here through to Blackburn. Berger, good handball. Here come the Burners. Pumped in towards the forward line. Bartlett, the target, took a shocking bounce. 2v1. Croydon have the numbers. But King, uncharacteristically there, getting down on his knees, continuing how tall he is. But we'll have a ball up. 6.5 gone, right on the 45. Just out in front of the Blackburn goal. He's had 2 chances gone begging so far in this quarter. King gets the tap down, pumped there forward there by Jones of the Matthew variety. High up and under, going back as several players. One of them there was King. Couldn't pick the ball up. And gang tackles
Well
all
done there
around.
by Wilson.
Yep, good tackle there from Patterson as well in there. And he'll have a ball up.
They could have easily whisked out away then Blackburn with a 3-on-1, but well done by Wilson.
Let's pop down to the boundary with Matt Fotia.
I've just seen one of the rarer things of it. Daniel King's just jumped the fence to leave the field of play. So he's actually standing in the crowd somewhere now. I'll try and see what's going on. In better news, Geordie Williams looks set to come back on. But, yeah, we'll follow up on the escapades of Daniel King.
He's trying to make a quick getaway.
He's doing an Antonio Brown. He's going to take his gear off and
beat the traffic.
Yeah, he's obviously going to dinner at his reservation somewhere. As the ball goes in, it's knocked away into the hands of South Croydon. They get it forward, trying to get a mark there, but no go. It's been nicely done there by Reed. He's been all right today for Blackburn as well. He goes out wide and trying to hit a target, and it's over there on the far side with Pell, but he can't keep it in.
That's the one thing that's dropped off at Blackburn in the second half is their foot skills to a fellow player. They're just not hitting the target at the moment.
No, some poor disposal. It's costing them, and some poor shooting at goal as well. Those 2 kicks will come back to haunt them as the ball goes in, and up they fly. It's won by Blackburn, but it's going to come out there, and it's been all rode nicely there by a South Croydon player going in there and getting tackled very heavily. We'll just have a ball up, nothing untoward. It was Cass who was on the ground. Jaden Cass, just the 1 goal today, which he kicked in the first quarter of the game. As the ball goes up, and there's big Maxi again, and I think he might have got that one again. Knocked down. Here's a chance. The snap at goal, and a
28.
beautiful goal.
Sheridan.
And that's Sheridan
Sheridan again.
That's his second of the day. Magnificent stuff. That's just about copybook. Max King the head out, Sheridan the rove, and the goal. That's copybook stuff. Brilliant stuff.
And that's just what happens when things start going your way. Blackburn, no luck whatsoever. Then all of a sudden the ball goes back down the other end and Sheridan creates a goal from really nothing there.
Max King is just absolutely dominating the ruck here.
Yeah.
Not sure if Blackburn have to go back to Dove just going man on man throughout the contest here. I think Will Garner's just a little bit too small to be able to man up on him in those stoppages there.
So 15-8, 98. South Croydon with a commanding lead. King wins the tap, wins his own ruck, but gets tackled there pretty strongly by Conker. Ball hits the deck. The kick comes out of a congested centre square. Burners have the numbers. Good hands. Rough's edge now. Gets it onto the right boot in the direction. Looking there for Oglethorpe. Took the mark. Well, they dropped what he probably should have taken. Ball in dispute there in the forward line. A pretty awkward tackle. Looked like a knee went backwards. Anyway, comes a chick over the top. Lola's got space. Oh, brilliant play. Going back with the flight. I believe that was Tommy Schink, and he's affected the spoilers. Lola had daylight between him and an empty goal square, and he's rushed it through for the minor score. So that just adds 10-8, 68. Trails 15-8, 98, 30 points to margin.
So he's been good today, Tommy Schneck. He really has been one of South Croydon's better players as the kick goes back into play. Over there on the far side, and it's Blackburn in control at the moment, but it's all a bit untidy. Ball bouncing around all over the place. Now they have it, Blackburn. Can they go forward and get a headed target? Ball up in the air. Coming over the top there was
Marked by Conker.
Oglethorpe, but Conker's got it for Blackburn. Now he goes in board, looking for a target. Who can he hit? No one in particular at the moment. Jones was there, but he couldn't get it, but they've still got it. Snap from, I think it might be Gray. It's a brilliant goal. It's Blackburn who strikes back. I think it was Gray. Let's just wait till we think it was Hart. Sorry, fantastic reply by Blackburn. They just won't go away. And Sam Hart gets his third goal of the game as we go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, and speaking of Blackburn, things might be starting to fold out their way. So on the South Croydon bench, Braden Kilpatrick tried to come back on. He had a bit of a calf complaint, ran back on, turned around and said, no, I need to keep getting a rub. Liam Cox has just come off the ground hobbling, looks like an ankle issue, maybe the right ankle. And Daniel King's holding one of his daughters, or I think his daughter, over the fence, on the other side of the fence. So at the moment, there's only one half-fit player on the bench for South Croydon. Dale Walker's just come off sucking them in, so a big chance for Blackburn.
So here's Rough's edge. Well, lost that contest. Into the forward line goes the kick from Williams. Couldn't take that. There could Wilson. A snap around the body. Just a minor score there, and just adding one to the total. So 1 point shy of a ton, 15-9-99. South Croydon leading Blackburn 11-8-74.
Maybe Matty can volunteer his services.
I was just going to say, limber up, Matty. You might get a run.
Have they got a jumper? I don't really like this competitive, contested stuff, though.
Here's Michael Dunn. His kick to Rough's edge.
New recruit, Max Fotia.
Handball over the top.
Fellas.
And Reed's kick is going to go out on the full, and I'm really going to go over the back of the
Not quite the
commentary
same ring to it, does it, Brash?
No, it doesn't, but it sounded all good.
So taking the kick now for South Croydon is Burt, sun in his eyes, but not much on offer from his vantage point. Blackburn have all the options pretty much well covered. Burt decides to play it himself, puts the kick onto the right foot. Taking a good strong mark in front there was Wilson. He swings around, puts a long kick in towards the forward line. It's 2v1 coming over the top strongly. There was Michael Dunn. Loose footy picked up by Cooper. Cooper swings around, grubbers a kick in. Intelligent play. And South Croydon are going to have the ball on the inside of the ground. It switches on into the middle. Oh, drop probably what he should have taken there. Charlton, loose footy, and Conker comes away with the football. Hand by hand go the Burners out on the far side. In comes the kick in towards centre wing. Oglethorpe the target, swatted down by King, but it comes down here to Garner. His handball out in towards vacant territory. 1v2 in favour of South Croydon. Picked up now here by Allen. Puts it onto the right in towards the centre of the ground. Goes over the top. Contested footy. The Burners are going to pump it right back in towards the forward line. It's a pack of players there about 30 metres out. One goes to ground. Handball over the top. Coming out on the left. A kick 1v1. And that was just, well, the target there was Murphy, but couldn't get the better there of Paddy Klepp. And just the minor score. South Croydon hit the ton. Sorry, excuse me, that was Blackburn. 11-9-75. South Croydon 15-9-99. 13 minutes played.
Blackburn need to capitalise here. South Croydon look absolutely exhausted on the field here.
So time to go boundary side with Matt Fotia.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, Max. I just talked to Dano King. He's done for the day. They've concussion worry, so I don't know if it's confirmed, but they're not going to take the risk on him. Kilpatrick's going to try and come back on now, and Liam Cox, it looks like a work on just below the knee, so it might have just been an impact to the upper shin. But yeah, like Max is saying, they're down on rotations on the bench, and they are knackered.
I'll just give him some jungle juice in that ankle, mate. That'll be fine.
I don't know. I know you like jungle juice, Brash, but I don't know if it fixes all those sort of stuff. I think it's more of an energy thing rather than a bone structure.
Yeah, Cox got caught up in a
What
tackle.
about the magic spray?
I'll ask if they've got any magic spray, mate. I think that's more of a Serie A than a South Croydon thing.
I thought Jungle Juice went out with the arc, but I remember having that as a
No
wee
way,
nipple when I was
Jose.
at school. It must have come back. So Blackburn in possession of the footy.
Well, with South Croydon with injury woes, and Blackburn could get a couple here, it'll open up. They could make it interesting, I reckon.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't just call it just yet. 14 minutes gone. They're close enough if they're good enough, as the saying goes, as the ball goes out of bound near the interchange gates. And we'll have a throw in. So they've really got to score in the next, probably 60 seconds. They need a couple of quick ones here, Blackburn, just to get close enough, and then they can maybe launch an assault with a somewhat depleted South Croydon side. Few injuries and some fatigue coming in as
Over
well.
the shoulder.
King comes over the top and he gives away the free kick. So
He's got to get in quick here.
So Garner, he's going to bomb it long. Inside 50. As no one gets on. Can someone get on the end of it? No, they can't. And what's the whistle? It's Murphy's got the ball.
Unfortunately, the kick was just to the wrong side of Murphy. There, South Croydon had 3 defenders to Blackburn's 1. That forward entry needs to go to Bathy. There's a big target.
And so long kick out becoming increasingly difficult to see with his sun. It's really glary at the moment as the ball comes inbound. And they're going back inside 50. Blackburn, they're not done with yet. And trying to get that next handball away. But it's given away to a South Croydon player. Got absolutely crunched. Absolutely huge hit there.
He's hard as nails, rough edge.
He's worked really hard this afternoon to create a contest.
He has. He's pretty much been a new recruit to Blackburn. He's missed 2 or 3 years because of knee complaints. So it's great to see him out the track.
So by name and reputation there, Rough's Edge. Here comes the footy. Day trying to keep this one alive, and that will be out of bounds. Boundary throw in.
I think Blackburn have to roll the dice here. Looks like Dove's gone back into the ruck. So they're trying to swing it to see South Croydon absolutely undermanned here.
So they've got Oglethorpe and
Reed's free off the stoppage here for Blackburn.
So here comes the boundary throw in. Loose contested footy. Doing well there was Reed. He kicks this one in towards the forward line. And which way will it bounce? And I think it's just beaten all comers over the boundary line. It's called a mark. So that was given to Evans. And he'll take the kick from deep in the forward pocket here for South Croydon. It's got Shink on offer on the switches on, but it's a rather risky proposition with Bathy there lurking. Not much on offer in terms of upfield, so it might just have to be content to bomb it high and long. And here it is, right in front of the Blackburn interchange. 4 players go up. Dove was the spoiler at the back. Couldn't get it out or keep it in there. Kudzadis, and we'll have a boundary throw right in front of the Blackburn interchange on the half-forward line. 16 and a half gone. 99 plays 75 if you're just tuning in on the SEN app or on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're watching. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon. In comes the boundary throw. Front spot there to Dove. Knocked this one down, but beautifully taken by Jordan Walker. His kick up towards centre wing is taken by Cass. Cass now in towards the forward line. Had the run, had the man, had the space, and Wilson takes the mark. And he'll line up from, I'd say, 35 and directly in front. And this could be the coup de grace for the Blackburn comeback.
Beautiful kick there by Jaden Cass. Wilson led to the fat side, which is the open space, the one-on-one, and Jaden Cass delivered it right to his chest.
So Wilson not among the goal kickers this afternoon. Had 4 last week. This for his first, potentially on the right boot, straight as an arrow, and he is on the board. And South Croydon have their 16th of the afternoon. Sorry, that's his second, my bad. 16-9-105 to 11-9-75. We've played 17 and a half minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Unfortunately for that South Croydon, for that Blackburn defender play, he actually had no chance whatsoever once that ball was delivered out in front of Wilson.
You can't stop those ones.
No, you cannot.
So the Blackburn runner out there with some final instructions, but I think it might be time to shut the gate. 30-point margin with goodness knows how long to go. We're nearly 18 minutes played, so even allowing for maybe another 6 or 7 minutes.
I reckon about another 12
Another
minutes.
12? Yeah, you could be right. So it's basically still a sizable task as Dove gets the tap. Trying to pick it up there was Jones, and it's a bit of a stalemate, and the umpire blows the whistle. and we'll have a ball up. So really enjoyable afternoon here at Morton Park this afternoon. It's almost summer-like conditions as Jones goes into the ruck this time for South Croydon. Knocked forward. Can someone get on the end of it? It's been knocked away, and they'll be able to just rebound this year. In fact, it's in the hands of Bajaja, and he will give it off, and they'll be able to get out of this Blackburn. But that's not a great kick, and it's probably going to come back. Dropping the mark was Evans, but I think he's been manhandled in the process, and he's going to get a free kick. So he'll go back. I think it's a bit beyond him in terms of having a shot at goal, but he'll just be happy to try and find a target. He's wheeling onto the left boot. He goes long towards the hot spot. Can someone get on the end of it? They can't. It's Wilson who was there. Knocks it away. Still on the ground onto contest. Trying to pull it out of there was one of the South Croydon players. Can't do so. And we'll have, in fact, it was Wilson who also went and trying to rove the ball. 2 goals today for Wilson. Hasn't had a huge day, but he's done enough as the ball goes up again. Up they fly. It was done going to the ruck that time. He's been one of Blackburn's better players today as the ball goes down the line. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Walker, but it's out of bounds. Running time gone nearly 20 minutes in this final quarter, so we're almost into time on, and the margin 30 points. South Croydon comfortably in control.
So boundary thrown right in front of the almost non-existent South Croydon interchange now. Throw in, and ruck infringement. Looks like it's going the way of South Croydon as they get the kick now in towards the centre square, and contempt to take his time now here is Cass. His kick on the right foot up towards the lead there of Wilson. Couldn't take it. Yes, he did actually. Good mark. Highly contested, and he'll line up for potentially his third of the afternoon as we are into time on in this fourth and final quarter.
Yeah, this is where the class of Wilson really does come into play in these last quarters when you need guys to, lead from the front and, kick these match-winning goals. This is what helps the percentage as well.
So Wilson will kick from about 40 out on the right. Yeah, it's gun barrel straight. He's kicked another one, and South Croydon putting the exclamation mark on a pretty solid afternoon of football from them. 17-9, 1-11. They lead Blackburn 11-9, 75. We played 20 and a half here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So as Ray Baird would say, junk time goal for Wilson. A handy one, though. It's his third of the day. Okay, just going through the motions now. We've just ticked over the into time on. And so Blackburn, they'll try till the end. You thought for a while they may have had a chance to win this game today, but in the end, South Croydon just a wee bit too strong. As the ball goes up they fly. Dove got the knockout into the tight stuff, and the umpire's whistle goes. And a secondary ball up. So time to start thinking about players of the day and goals of the day, etc.
Well, we run an hour overtime if we're trying to debate that one.
As we reflect on what's been a pretty entertaining fixture out here for Anzac Day, the whistle goes.
Really good crowd out here again this afternoon for the big Anzac Day clash.
Been a terrific crowd as the ball goes towards the ground. It's Kilpatrick trying to dive on it there for South Croydon. Over the top. Bit of work for the Blackburn defenders to do, but there's plenty of them back there, and they should be able to get out of this, and they do. Little short kick out to Laylor, floating around on the half-back line. He's played all right today. He's gone out of the game a bit in recent times for obvious reasons, but he was good early. Taking a bit of time to get rid of this kick, and bangs it down the line. Up they fly. Going up for it was Garner, but he couldn't get there. And it's Schnick, who's been South Croydon's one of the South Croydon stars today.
He's done a lot of 1%ers, Link, today.
He has indeed. Goes long, trying to find a target. Up they fly. Is that Wilson over there? Not quite sure. The ball bounces out, and South Croydon will get it clear again. But they need to get it forward in an awful hurry. Coming through there, brilliant mark. Over the top was Allen. In the end, taking a pretty much an uncontested mark. And he will pump it long again, and South Croydon will come back onto attack. On the left boot, goes long. Trying to hit a target. Up they fly. And good work at the front there by the Blackburn defence. They kill it for the moment. And here they come now with a bit of run off half back. There's the kick forward. Nice mark in the middle of the ground by Layla. Quick transfer. And here's a chance for Blackburn to grab a late one. They go forward. The mark is taken. It's
too slow.
Conker.
Very slow there.
Conker taking far too long. He gives it off. And then I think that might be Layla again. And he's pumped it, but he's missed. And it's gone through for a minor score. Just they're not getting their transition quickly enough, as you heard the boys say. And it's now 17-9, 111 to 11-10, 76. And we've played 23 minutes in this final term.
So South Croydon just looking to just see this one out as Kelly puts the kick across and slowing the game right down. I mean, the fight's really gone out. The energy's really gone out, particularly that third quarter. Both teams really threw the kitchen sink at it. As Cass met solidly. Can't get the footy out. Well done there by Garner. As Blackburn looking to get something late and a kick, and Bathy takes the mark with the Dukes in the forward pocket, and he's quite content to go back and probably back himself from this angle and distance. Oh, he's put it up. He's check side. Oh, he snapped around the body, excuse me. I think he's kicked that one. He has indeed. Well, there's a little consolation goal there from Blackburn at this stage of the game. Ryan Bathy has another one. That's his second of the afternoon. They move to 12-10-82. South Croydon 17-9, 1-11, 24 minutes gone, deep into time on.
Well, when they move the ball quickly then, Max, they look pretty impressive. I think they just need to do that a lot more and take the game on for 4 quarters, I reckon.
They definitely do. You saw the first quarter how they wanted to hit up, able to get out the back door of, get out the back of South Croydon there. They did it there, but it's too little too late at the moment. But South Croydon, just their intensity around the ball and the stoppage has got the better of them.
So, and it goes, and David is who gets the head out this time, falls nicely into the hands of Bartlett, who's taken the ground, and they've pinched it, South Croydon. It's, I think that's Walker over there, might be trying to get his hands on it, but in the end the whistle goes, and we'll have another ball up. So not too long to go on this one. We're up to almost 25 minutes played, and the final term up it goes, won by Blackburn out of the middle, but they don't get the clearance, and South Croydon go forward again. The big men fly. Coming over the top there was Satsis. Haven't called his name too much today, and the ball goes out towards the boundary line. Can they keep it in? Chasing it is Hart. Gets there nicely. Sam Hart fires it, gets his kick away, and I think he was hit after he kicked it. Or he may have bet he got a high shot, one of the two, and will come back for a free kick.
I think he just ran out of bounds.
Let's have a look. Oh, yes, he's way out of bounds. Yeah. Well, actually, his feet were out, but maybe the ball was still
lethal Leroy Green right on top of it. Don't worry.
He was. Don't trust my eyes as the ball goes in. Bouncing around there, trying to get it was Charlton. Now the ball comes in. Here's a chance, a late opportunity for Blackburn to go forward as the sun beats down here at Morton Park, twisting around, getting the handball back, and a shot, and it's a very heavy hit. South Croydon managed to repel once again, and the ball in the hands of Mallinson, who's been one of South Croydon's best today.
Just another act of desperation there from South Croydon. They've had that a few times where Blackburn's had an easy shot on goal or walk into a goal, and South Croydon's desperation really shows.
It's good signs, isn't it? Because even though the game is over and done, they're still fighting right till the very end.
Yeah, exactly right.
Which is important, yeah. So Cash is going to get a 25-metre penalty, I think, for... Just took my eyes off the play there for a moment. Might have been dissent.
No, I think so. I think the
Blackburn
player ran on the mark. Yeah.
Okay. So Cash just decides to set it up. Wilson it was, trying to get hands on it, couldn't do so, and they'll rebound here, Blackburn. Once they go out to that far side again, they'll kick out, trying to find the target in Oglethorpe, and he does well. In fact, might be out of bounds in the end. No, he's taken the mark. So Oglethorpe pops one down the line, and so this is better for a bit late all the same as Patterson gets it inboard. Trying to hit a target, can't do so. The ball falls. Nicely roamed there by South Croydon. They go forward once again. Mark taken there by Kelly. Kelly goes forward, trying to hit the big men. Wilson was there, but he couldn't get there. In fact, it was Williams in the end who went up for it. Still Williams as the ball goes over towards the far side of the ground. Mark taken, so they'll come back again, South Croydon. And the ball's on the ground.
Yeah.
Out here for South Croydon as they go forward again. Nice little chip kick. We've had, what are we up to now? 27 minutes, so there can't be long to go. Ball comes inbound, taken by Kelly. So South Croydon just controlling the football now, just trying to run the clock out as we get down towards the end of this game. And Kelly's going to go back and line up for the 18th goal for South Croydon today. So in the end, it's been quite a comprehensive performance. It was a lot closer early on. It was really only in the last sort of maybe quarter and a bit that they've taken control of this game. But here's Kelly. Sam Kelly won today already. Looking for his second on its way. And I think he has missed. He has too. Off target. So they get off Nelson for the moment anyway. South Croydon, 17-10, 112. Plays 12-10, 82 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So maybe time for one last attacking drive here for the Burners. Here comes the long kick towards the centre of the ground. Probably should have taken that Oglethorpe, but he's got a free kick anyway. That was over the shoulder, and it's actually going to be Patterson to take the free. goes the barrel, and a wonky barrel at best. It's kicked right into towards South Croydon hands. And going back with the flight and taking the mark was Cooper. And he just plays it in short now here to Evans. And just content to wind the clock down.
It was almost a kick in frustration there for Patterson, the way he kicked that.
It was almost like a wine barrel. That's how the only barrel
And there is the final siren. South Croydon have a comprehensive victory, 17-10, 112, defeating Blackburn 12-10, 82 here on Anzac Day at Morton Park. We've run way over time, so I'm going to have to wrap this up pretty quickly. Goal kickers for South Croydon. 3 to King, arguably the best player on the ground. Mallison with 3, then pairs to Sheridan, King, of the Dano variety. James Wilson got 3 as well. And Matthew Jones, Cass, Callie, and Charlton with singles. And for Blackburn, Nick Gray with a pair, Hart with 3, Bathy with 2, and Garner, Brooks, Oglethorpe, Lawler with singles. Quick thoughts from guys on the game. Max, I'll go over you quick.
Yeah, it's just a battle of the midfields there. South Croydon's midfield just showed their class. Matt Jones, Kilpatrick, King before he got concussed, and Max King as well. They were just able to show their class. So, Blackburn have better showing from Good Friday, but yeah, still a bit to work for Blackburn.
Wayne Brasher?
Mark of the day, Michael Dunn. Play of the day, Marcus Bazaglo. That move in the third quarter, putting Max King into the ruck.
Brett Beston?
Yeah, nothing more to add, boys. Great game for a terrific performance by South Croydon. Max King, best on ground for me today.
Okay, that about wraps it up now here from Morton Park. Thanks to Matty Fotia, our boundary rider on the ground. We'll work out the Tobin Brothers goal of the day in the next 2 hours or so. My name's Steve White. On behalf of my co-commentator Brett Beston, Wayne Brasher, and Max Otten's debut. Brash, you got some comp for the second comment spot there, bro. But on behalf of everyone here at the EFNL, it's goodbye.
Don't see, but it's sweet, but it's sweet as a moment. I'll be there.